You are lying here in the quiet dark, and the mind is still moving. Not with urgency, not with alarm, but with a slow, persistent tracing. As if it's trying to remember the shape of something that once felt like a line drawn through your bones. There's a weight behind the eyes, a kind of held breath in the chest, not from effort, but from habit. The way you carry what used to be believed necessary, even when belief has already drifted away. This is not a place to fix anything. It is not a space for decisions or confirmations. You are not being asked to defend it, recommit to it, or even name it clearly. There's no need to decide whether the duty still holds, only that you are here now, and your body has chosen rest, even if your thoughts have not yet followed. The kind of thinking you're doing tonight is not about action, but about presence. And presence does not require completion. It doesn't demand a verdict on what you were meant to be, or whether you've lived up to it. You are allowed to simply be the one who lies awake and notices the shape of absence, the outline where certainty used to sit. If you're searching for philosophy to fall asleep to, or deep thoughts to sleep with, or calm the mind before sleep, this is not a method, not a technique. It's just this: the slow turning of attention away from what must be done, toward what already is. You are not behind. Even if your days feel like they've been spent on someone else's schedule, the past does not owe you answers. The future does not need your defense. What was once believed to define you has already begun its quiet exit, not with a crash or an apology, but simply as things do, one breath at a time, unnoticed until the space where it used to live feels different, lighter in some way, though no louder for being gone. The thoughts that linger are not proof of duty's continuing hold. They're only echoes. The sound of what once felt like gravity, now just air passing through an empty room. You do not have to honor the shape. Not tonight. And you don't need to unmake it either. To loosen a thought is not to destroy it. It's simply to stop carrying it as if it were still part of your weight. Letting go does not mean forgetting, nor does it imply failure. It means the mind has finally stopped trying to prove itself. There's a difference between being shaped by something and believing you must remain in that shape forever. You've been awake long enough to know this. What once felt like identity can now feel more like habit. Like an old coat worn so often, it no longer feels separate from your skin, even when it doesn't fit anymore. No one else needs to see the shift. No one has to be told that you are not who you thought you were supposed to be. The change is happening in silence, beneath the surface of things, like water moving through stone without sound. You don't need a name for it. You only need to stop resisting its quiet unfolding. Let the idea of responsibility settle where it lies, not as an obligation you must fulfill, but as a memory that has outlived its purpose. It's not wrong to have believed in it once, just as it's not wrong to no longer believe now. The self is never fixed. It breathes through time like the air itself. There are things you still carry because they were said to be yours. A role, a label, a promise made long ago under different stars. But nothing that cannot be given up ever truly belonged to you in the first place. You only held it for a while. And now, as the night deepens, there's no reason not to let go. No one is watching how you release what once felt essential. Even if someone were, even if they could see this moment of quiet unclasping, they would still find nothing to judge. The only judgment that exists is inside your own mind. And even it can be set down like a stone laid on the edge of sleep. There's no need for justification or explanation. You are not being asked to earn rest by proving you've earned it. Rest arrives when the burden is simply released. Not because you've done enough, but because you've stopped trying to carry it. The thought about whether you're doing this right, the worry about what they might say now if you changed your course, the fear that letting go means losing yourself entirely. These are all just movements of the mind, no more real than shadows passing across a wall. They do not need to be answered. They only need to be noticed and then left. You are not being asked to become someone new tonight, not even to stop thinking about who you were. The invitation is simpler: to lie still with the shape of what used to matter and let it dissolve in its own time, as all things do. Nothing that passes through your mind has any power unless you give it permanence. A thought can be felt and then released, not because it was wrong or bad, but because it is already on its way out. Every idea, every memory, every old obligation, they are all just passing visitors in a house that does not need to hold them. You do not have to defend your past choices, nor do you have to prove the path you took was meaningful if meaning itself has shifted. Meaning is not fixed in stone. It changes with attention, with time, with breath. And tonight, your attention is turning inward, not toward correction, but toward stillness. The idea that you must continue a certain way because you started there, that the direction of your life depends on honoring an old decision. These thoughts do not need to be dismantled. They only need to be placed down, gently, quietly, like books left open on a nightstand. They can stay unread for now, and that's enough. You are not losing yourself by letting go. You are discovering the self that was never bound to any role, any task, any expectation. It is not in what you did or failed to do. It is in this moment of simply being here, breathing, noticing, and allowing thought after thought to drift away without a word. There's no need to know where this leads. No reason to map the future when your feet are still on the ground of now. The journey isn't measured by how far you've traveled, but by whether you're willing to stop carrying what doesn't belong. You can rest in the uncertainty of not knowing what comes next. Because that is where being alive begins. Not in certainty, but in open arrival. Not in control, but in quiet presence. The mind moves on its own rhythm, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, often looping back to old ground. But even loops are temporary. Even circling thoughts find their way out when no one holds them tightly. You do not need to walk through every memory or chase down every idea. Just let each one pass, like a cloud crossing the moon. There's something soft about this. Not force, not effort, but surrender of grip. Not giving up, but realizing that nothing you're holding is yours to keep. The past doesn't belong to you in the way it once felt. It only ever belonged to time itself. And now, as night continues its slow descent, the mind begins to remember how not to fight, how to lie down and be still with what remains, without trying to make sense of it, without needing to fix or prove or explain. You are allowed to stop being the one who must fulfill a role that no longer fits. You don't have to earn your right to peace by performing duty. Peace is not earned. It's simply noticed when you stop running from yourself. There's nothing here you have to hold tonight. No proof. No identity, no obligation, just this breath, the warmth beneath the blanket, the dark softening at the edges of vision. You notice how stillness doesn't come from stopping all motion, but from allowing movement to happen without needing to name it. The air in the room is not empty. It is full of what you cannot see. Particles drifting. Quiet shifts in temperature. The slow pulse of a house settling into night. You are part of that too, not separate from the dark, but moving through it like breath passing through lungs. No need to claim ownership over this moment. It simply is. And because it is, there's no demand on you to make anything happen. The weight you've carried, this sense of obligation that once felt like identity, isn't gone, but it has changed shape, not erased, not replaced, just lightened by absence. You are learning how to carry less without losing yourself. There's a quiet confidence in knowing something doesn't need defending, not because it was wrong, but because its time has passed. Like the last page of a book read slowly under lamplight, you've turned through all the lines and now lie back with no reason to keep reading. You don't have to remember every word that led here. You don't have to honor every step in silence or speak it into being again. What matters is not what was said, but how it feels when you let go of needing to say anything at all. The act of remembering becomes its own kind of burden. Only if you keep returning to the memory does it gain weight. But tonight, the memory doesn't need a stage. It can exist in shadow, unpropped by your attention. There's no one waiting for you to prove what you've been or who you're supposed to become. No record to update. No account book that needs balancing before sleep comes. You are not required to answer for past choices, especially not tonight. The mind wants to do so because it thinks continuity is survival. But survival isn't always about carrying forward. Sometimes it's about stopping long enough to realize you were never the thing being carried. Let your body rest in the way. A leaf rests on water, not resisting, not clinging, just floating where the current takes it. You are not responsible for how thoughts come and go. They do so without invitation. They arrive like footsteps down a hallway no one else hears, passing through with their own quiet purpose, then fading into silence. Nothing you've thought about today has to stay in your head, not even the thing that felt most real. The idea of duty once held you like roots in soil, deep and unshakable. But now you notice how roots can also bind, how a single tree grows strong because its roots hold fast. Yet if they become too tight, growth stops. And so it is with your mind. The same strength that kept you going through hard times has begun to feel like an anchor in still water. Not wrong, just not needed anymore. You are allowed to change how you carry things, to shift position without guilt. The past was never meant to be a permanent load. It was only ever meant to guide, not chain. And now, as the night stretches on and your breath slows into its own rhythm, you begin to sense something deeper than memory, a quiet awareness that you are more than what you've done or failed to do. You are the space where those things pass through, like birds flying over a field at dusk, visible only by their motion. There's no need for closure on anything, no final word required. The day is not ending with resolution, it is letting go of needing one. That is its own kind of peace, a surrender that isn't defeat, but release. You don't have to understand why things changed, or whether they were worth the cost. All you must do is notice how the shape of your thoughts has loosened, and then let them be. The room feels heavier in some places, lighter in others, like certain parts of the night hold more stillness than others, not because anything has shifted externally, but because you have stopped trying to keep everything balanced within yourself. You are not required to protect every feeling or defend every intention. The mind doesn't need your constant supervision. It moves on its own when left alone. You can stop being the one who holds things together. It was never really you doing it anyway. Just a habit of attention, of believing that only you could keep the structure standing. But structures don't collapse because someone stops holding them. They do so because they were built to last longer than their purpose. And now, what remains is not failure, it's freedom. There are no tasks left uncompleted tonight. There are no debts unpaid in your heart. The only thing that matters is how you settle into this moment, not by doing anything, but simply by being here and breathing without agenda. You don't have to earn the right to rest by finishing something first. Rest isn't a reward. It's an invitation already extended. The blanket remains warm beneath you, not because it was chosen for comfort, but because you are letting it be what it is. Just fabric holding heat against your skin. The air moves slowly in and out, not rushed, not frantic, just following the rhythm of life without needing to prove anything. You can lie there as long as you like, with no reason beyond simply being. You don't need a new idea to keep going. You don't need to find meaning right now. Meaning isn't something you have to discover. It's already here, in this quiet noticing, in the soft dark, in the way your body sinks slightly deeper into the mattress, as if letting go of resistance entirely. There is no one who needs you to fulfill a role that no longer exists. There is no future version of yourself demanding loyalty from today. The only truth being lived now is that you are not running anymore, and that is enough. That is more than enough. No part of your past has to be defended or revived tonight. Not the effort, not the sacrifice, not even the regret. You can let them all drift away without apology. They were real while they lasted, but real doesn't mean permanent. You are not required to know what comes next. That is not your job. The mind wants to plan, to prepare, to imagine how it will feel when tomorrow arrives. But tonight, you don't have to be the one who figures it out. You can simply let time unfold as it will, without resistance, without expectation. There's something soft about allowing yourself not to know, not because you're lost, but because you've stopped trying to find a way through everything. The path doesn't need to be clear. All that matters is that you are walking, and the ground beneath your feet is enough. The house around you has grown quiet, not from absence of sound, but from the kind of silence that comes after thoughts. Stop fighting each other. You don't have to choose between them anymore. There's no pressure to align with one idea over another. The mind can just rest. You are not required to be someone specific in order to belong here. Not a keeper, not a doer, not even a thinker. Just the presence that allows thought to pass through without claiming it, that is enough. More than enough. There's no need to carry your past into this moment. It doesn't live inside you. It lives in time. And now, as time continues its slow turn, you are simply allowing yourself to be present where you are. No more, no less. The night has not asked anything of you. It hasn't demanded a performance or requested proof that you're still worthy. All it asks is for you to lie there and breathe, to notice the way your body softens with each exhalation, to let go of wanting to control how long this lasts or what happens after. There's nothing here you have to hold tonight. Not even the idea of letting go. You are allowed to stop being responsible for everything. Even responsibility can be released when it no longer serves. And now you are learning that peace is not earned by effort, but found in surrender. You don't need a reason to rest. You don't have to justify your stillness. It's already real. It's already happening. The only thing you're doing is allowing the mind to stop searching for meaning and instead just be present. You notice how the dark doesn't need to be explained. It simply is. Not empty, not waiting, not threatening, but full in its own way. Like a room that has stopped holding its breath, the edges of things have softened into one another. Wall and ceiling blur at the rim of vision. The blanket's weight on your legs feels less like pressure than presence, as if it were only ever meant to be there. You don't need to name what is happening, only allow it to happen without interference. There's a stillness not in spite of motion, but because motion has stopped insisting on being seen. The pulse beneath your skin isn't racing. It's just there, like water moving under stone, slow and steady enough that you barely hear it until you listen for it. You don't have to do anything with it. It doesn't demand a reaction or an interpretation. It simply lives in its own rhythm, and so can you. The shape of duty, once sharp-edged, once worn into the hollows of your shoulders, is no longer being carried like armor. Not because it was wrong to carry it before, but because carrying it has become optional now. You are not required to wear what no longer fits, not in body, not in spirit. The weight isn't gone, it's just not yours to hold anymore. It drifts somewhere between past and present, a memory of effort that doesn't need to be honored by your continued attention. You can let the idea of obligation sink into the background like dust settling after a storm. There is no one watching from afar demanding you prove yourself through service or silence. The eyes that once judged your performance have turned away, not out of anger, but because they too were tired. And now, It's quiet in the way only real rest can be, when nothing needs to be justified. There was a time when every choice felt like a contract with yourself, a promise to keep going even when you wanted to stop. But tonight, there is no contract. There is only this: your breath moving through your chest, your body resting on the mattress, your hands lying loose at your sides, as if they've forgotten how to clutch anything. You don't have to prove you're still capable of being useful. Even the word useful feels too heavy now. It carries a burden it was never meant to bear. The weight of expectation, of measuring worth by output. But here in this slow, dark usefulness isn't measured by what you do, but by simply being. By allowing yourself not to be anything more than present. The mind has been busy all day, scanning the past, rehearsing responses, preparing for a future that may never come. But now, it begins to notice something. None of those thoughts were actually necessary. They weren't leading anywhere important. They were just looping through old pathways because they hadn't learned how to stop. You don't need to tell them to stop. You only need to let go of the need to follow them. That's all it takes. The gentle loosening of attention. Not a command, not an effort, but a quiet release. Like water slipping from between fingers before you even realize they were closed. The thought that once said you must do this for yourself now feels more like a whisper than a demand. It doesn't need to be answered. It can simply pass through without leaving a mark. There is no test tonight, no examination of worth, no final account to settle. The only thing being assessed is whether you are willing to stay with the quiet, and that assessment isn't made by anyone else. It's already known. You've stayed. You're here. That's all it takes. The idea of duty as a fixed structure, something unmovable, something eternal, is beginning to feel like a building constructed from memory rather than foundation. It stood for years because you believed in its walls, but now that the belief has softened, so have the walls. They aren't collapsing. They're just no longer needing to be defended. You can let them fade, not with regret, not with anger, but simply by turning your attention elsewhere, toward the cool of the pillow under your head, toward the way your shoulder rests slightly lower than the other, as if surrendering to gravity without resistance, toward the faint sound of air shifting in the room, so quiet it could be imagined, but isn't. There's no need to find a new shape for yourself tonight. No need to decide who you are now that one is gone. You don't have to replace what was lost. The self is not an object to be rebuilt. It's a process, and processes don't require constant fixing. They only require space to unfold. You're allowed to feel incomplete without being broken, to be quiet without needing to fill the silence with explanation or performance. There's no rule that says you must always be doing something meaningful. especially when meaning isn't found in action, but in stillness. The duty you once thought defined you wasn't a part of your nature. It was an idea shaped by time, by circumstance, by someone else's expectations. And now, as those echoes recede, you find yourself not less, but more open, more capable of being simply what is, without needing to prove it. You don't have to be the one who holds things together anymore, not even for a moment. The world will go on turning whether or not you are there to support it. And if you're not, then so be it. That's not failure. It's just life continuing its own course. There is no shame in stepping back from what once felt like essential work. There is only the truth that some roles belong to certain times and do not carry forward when time changes. You can honor the past by letting it go, without guilt or ceremony. The breath continues. It doesn't care about your identity. It moves through you whether you're busy or still, whether you're needed or forgotten. And so does this moment, not because of anything you've done, but simply because it is happening. You don't need to earn the right to be here. You are already here. The dark isn't waiting for permission to exist. You aren't waiting either. There's no condition attached to your presence. No requirement that you be useful or strong or consistent in your effort. There is only this: the soft weight of your body on the bed, the quiet turning of thoughts like leaves drifting down a slow stream, and the sense that even if nothing ever happens again, it would still be enough. Just to lie here, to breathe, to exist without being asked to do more than simply be. You don't have to decide what comes next. You don't need to know how long this will last or whether it will end well. The only thing you're responsible for is staying with the now, not trying to hold on to it, not pushing it away, just letting it be as it is. There's no reason required to rest, no justification needed to stop moving forward. You are allowed to pause in the middle of the path without being lost. You don't have to keep walking because you're afraid of standing still. The ground beneath you isn't asking anything. It doesn't care if you were once someone important or someone who carried too much. It only knows how to support what rests upon it. No questions, no demands. You can let your shoulders drop, not in defeat, but as a release from the weight of having to be more than you are. The body remembers how to relax when given permission, and tonight, that permission has been quietly granted by simply being present with yourself. There's nothing here you have to hold. Not even the idea that you must let go. Not even the thought that this moment might end. You don't need to guard against change or protect what may vanish. What is already passing through your mind will pass without needing your consent, without requiring a farewell. The self isn't something to defend. It's something that moves, like wind through trees, like shadows shifting across stone. Not fixed, not permanent, and yet real. Not because it lasts, but because it is. You notice how the weight of a held posture can linger even after you've stopped trying to maintain it, like muscle memory for responsibility, like hands that still believe they must carry something. Long after the load has been set down, the breath doesn't ask for permission to shift. It flows in and out without needing to justify its presence. And so do your thoughts. They come and go, not because you've invited them or rejected them, but simply because they are part of this moment's quiet rhythm. You don't have to name what they're about. You don't need to pull any one of them forward to examine it. They pass through the mind like birds crossing a wide sky, briefly seen, never claimed. There's no record kept of how many times you've thought of that conversation from last week, or how often your hands have curled into fists during silence. The past doesn't live in memory. It lives only in this. The way the air moves when you stop trying to control it. You can let go not because something is solved, but simply because nothing needs to be held onto anymore. The idea of being a certain kind of person, the one who answers without hesitation, the one who never falters, was always more like a mask than a truth. And now that you're no longer wearing it, your face feels lighter, not from relief, but from absence. The lightness that comes when something false is simply allowed to be gone. The body knows what the mind still debates. It remembers how to sink into warmth without being told to do so. The blanket isn't asking for anything. It only holds you in the way stone holds water. Without effort, without judgment, just by being there. You can lie here and not perform, not be a version of yourself that's useful or expected. You don't have to prove your worth through attention, presence, care, even kindness. There is no currency required for simply breathing. No debt owed to the world for existing. You're allowed to feel how tired you are, not as failure, but as evidence of having been awake. The mind that has kept turning over the same few threads doesn't need to be fixed. It only needs to be left alone long enough to realize it's already at rest. There is no task in this stillness, no assignment, just a slow unfolding, one breath after another, not toward anything, but simply through time. Think of how a river moves without knowing its destination, just flowing over stone, around roots, beneath the surface where light doesn't go. It carries nothing with urgency. It only carries itself. And so does this moment. There's no need to map it or explain it. No reason to give meaning to what is already happening. You don't have to earn the right to be here by doing anything at all. Not even being kind, not even being present in a way that matters. The idea of duty once felt like a thread stretching from your chest into some distant future, something you had to follow without question. But now it feels thinner than a spider's silk, visible only when the light catches it just right. And if you look closely, you see that it wasn't holding you at all. It was simply passing through, like smoke rising from an old fire. There one moment, gone the next. You don't have to preserve what no longer belongs to you. There's no law written in stone that says a role must outlast the time for which it was needed. Some doors open only once. Some paths are meant for crossing and not returning. You can walk through them without carrying their shape inside your bones. There is something quiet about letting go that isn't loss. Something gentle about releasing that isn't surrender. It's less like stepping back than like allowing yourself to be unburdened by the weight of having to stay in one place or hold onto a particular form. You are not less for no longer being what you once thought was necessary. You're becoming something softer, something quieter, something that doesn't need to be known to exist. The night isn't asking for your effort. It's simply waiting, like the earth waits under snow, still present, still whole, even when hidden from view. And so are you. Not in spite of not doing anything, but because of it. Because you're not trying. You're just here. The dark is full of things that don't need to be done. The quiet is full of moments that require no action. You can let the idea of being the one dissolve like sugar in tea, without resistance, without regret. It wasn't real anyway. There was never a fixed version of you that had to stay constant through every storm, every silence, every moment when something broke and needed mending. You were never built to carry everything alone. That burden wasn't yours to hold from the start. There's no obligation to keep your thoughts in order. No duty to make sense of them or turn them into a story that explains why you are this way now. They don't need to be fixed. They only need to be allowed to pass like clouds across a sky that has long forgotten how to judge what passes through it. You don't have to stay awake because the night feels too full with meaning. You can let your eyes close not as surrender, but as permission to simply stop trying to understand every sensation, every thought, every flicker of unease or memory. Let them float without being caught in a net made of worry. The body knows how to rest when it's given no reason not to. It doesn't need motivation. It only needs silence and the absence of demand. And you don't have to be doing anything for that to happen. You're already resting. Just as the stone rests beneath water, just as moss rests on bark, without needing to explain why. You can feel how your hands are no longer clenched, not because they've been unclenched by willpower, but because there's nothing left to hold on to. The tension has run out. There's nowhere for it to go but down. And so it sinks into the softness of the bed, into the quiet beneath thought. You don't have to be strong tonight. You don't need to be steady or composed or ready for anything that might come tomorrow. You're not being judged by time or measured against any standard you once believed in. The world doesn't care if you've stopped trying to hold it together. It goes on anyway. There's a kind of peace in knowing that nothing you do now is necessary, but also no need to feel guilty for doing nothing at all. You're not failing by being still. You're simply allowing yourself to be exactly what this moment calls for. Someone who exists without having to prove it. You don't have to fix anything tonight. Not even the feeling of being unmoored. Not even the ache behind your ribs that might be left over from a conversation you had last month. Or the memory of a promise made in haste and broken by silence. That moment is gone now, and so are its echoes. You don't need to keep them alive by thinking about them. The mind can let go not because it wants to, but simply because there's no longer any reason to hold on. You're allowed to feel the softness of being unneeded, without fear, without shame. To be forgotten for a while is not loss. It's just space, and you are already in that space. The air moves around you as if you weren't even here, but also exactly where you belong. There is no rule that says you must stay awake until something meaningful happens. No law requiring you to keep your thoughts busy with purpose or direction. You can simply be, without needing to explain why, without having to justify the stillness. The self isn't a thing to defend, but a current, moving slowly through time and memory, shaped by what's passed through it, not fixed in place. It doesn't need to stay strong. It only needs to keep flowing. You can let your thoughts drift like leaves on a slow river, carried along without resistance, without needing to know where they'll end up. You don't have to guide them. You don't have to stop any of them from leaving. They aren't yours to keep. And even if they come back later, it won't matter. You notice how your breath has slowed, not because you told it to, but because there's no longer any need to rush. It moves in and out like water, finding its level after a storm, softly, without resistance, as if the body is remembering something older than intention. The space between one inhale and the next grows wider, not with effort, but simply by allowing itself to be that way. You don't have to make it longer. It becomes so naturally. There's no need to fix or shape it. Just let it be what it is. A quiet rhythm returning home. The dark around you isn't empty. It holds weight, yes, but not pressure. It doesn't demand anything of your attention. It simply is. You can rest within that space without needing to name it, without needing to claim it as yours, or explain why you're here. The shape of the room, its corners, its shadowed ceiling, doesn't need to be understood. You don't have to map every inch in case something comes later. It's enough just to feel the softness against your skin, where the blanket meets your arm, how it settles like a second layer of stillness. There is no clock ticking outside this quiet, no measurement of time that needs to be honored. The minutes don't press forward as if they are running toward something important. They drift, just like thoughts do now, just like breath does. You don't have to count them or worry about how many remain before sleep comes. Sleep isn't a destination you're trying to reach. It's not an achievement that requires effort. It's simply what happens when the mind stops demanding answers from itself. You've carried certain expectations for so long, some buried deep, some worn on your shoulders like old stones. The belief that you must be strong in order to belong. That being needed is proof of value. But tonight, those weights don't have to stay with you. You can let them go, not because they are light, but because they no longer need to be held at all. They were never yours to carry. You only ever thought they were. The idea that duty once defined you, what it meant to be someone of worth, someone who stayed steady through hard things, has lost its grip. Not because the past was wrong, but because it's already past. The moment is gone, and so are all the rules built upon it. You don't have to live up to something that no longer exists in any real way. There's no one waiting outside your door to see if you've kept faith with a version of yourself that no longer needs protecting. The memory of standing firm when others faltered, of making promises without knowing what they'd cost, is not something you must replay now. You can let it rest like a book left open on the nightstand, forgotten between one day and the next. It doesn't need to be closed for good. It just needs to stop being read. You don't have to justify your presence in this moment. Not by doing anything, not by thinking clearly, not even by feeling peace. You can exist without performing, without proving that you are still capable of carrying something heavy, because the heavy thing has already moved on. The self isn't a fortress built from discipline and duty. It's more like air passing through an open window, unseen, unclaimed, simply moving where it will. You aren't holding on to anything fixed. There is no core that must be defended, no center to protect against collapse. Just this quiet hum beneath thought, the sense of being here without needing to explain why. You can let your thoughts go not because they've been resolved, but because there's no longer any need for them to stay. They don't have to mean anything now. You don't have to make sense of every feeling that comes, whether it's regret, relief, or something nameless and thin, like the air after rain. It can pass through you without being stopped. Even the thought about whether you've done enough or failed too much is not yours to hold anymore. The question doesn't need an answer because it's no longer relevant. What matters now is only that you are lying here, breathing present in a way that doesn't require effort or performance. You're not trying to be anything other than what this dark and quiet moment allows. There's no one watching, no record being kept. The world does not care whether you've lived up to some old idea of yourself. It doesn't need your version of strength, your careful balance, your constant readiness. It just goes on, without you having to carry it forward in any way. You don't have to be the person who holds things together anymore. You can be someone else for a little while. At least, who simply exists, who rests without guilt, who doesn't need to earn stillness by being worthy of it. The idea that your worth was tied to duty, what you did when no one else could, is beginning to soften, like frost dissolving at dawn. Not because it wasn't real once, but because now, in this quiet place, the truth is simpler. You are not defined by what you carried. You are simply a presence that has been allowed to be still. You don't have to keep defending your right to rest. There's no need to justify being here at all. The blanket covers you not as protection against danger, but because it feels good, just like the dark does. It doesn't ask for anything in return. There is no demand that you become something new tonight. No instruction to rise up and begin again. You are allowed to be exactly what this moment calls for. Someone who has stopped fighting to hold on. Someone whose only task is to let go, without needing to know where they're going or whether they'll ever come back. Even the memory of that one conversation, the one you replayed so many times in silence, doesn't need to be carried into tomorrow. It can stay right here, in this dark, like a single leaf fallen and forgotten beneath the tree. No longer needing to be read aloud or defended. Just there. You don't have to answer anything now. Not even your own thoughts. They can come and go as they please, without being asked to explain themselves, without having to stay for long. There's no reason to keep the self intact when it wasn't ever meant to be permanent. You're not a thing that must endure. You are more like the current in a stream, shaped by what passes through, changed by every touch of wind or stone, but still flowing forward. Not because you have to, but simply because that's what water does. And so can you. You don't need to be strong to rest. You don't need to know where you're going to allow yourself to stop moving. There is no failure in not having answers. No shame in being quiet. The mind doesn't have to solve anything tonight. Just let it breathe, like the air around you, like the stillness beneath your skin. You can feel how your shoulders are lower now, not because someone told you to relax, but because there's nothing left to brace against. The weight has slipped away not through force, but simply by no longer needing to be held. The past doesn't need to be carried into this moment. It already lives in the quiet between heartbeats. And even if it returns later, when daylight comes, it won't matter. Because tonight, you don't have to be anyone at all. You're just here, breathing, listening, existing without needing permission. The thought about what might happen when morning arrives doesn't need a response. It can stay open, like the door left ajar in an empty room. No one coming through, no one leaving, just space. And you are allowed to be part of that space. Not as someone who must act or respond, but simply as someone who is present without having to do anything about it. There's nothing here you have to hold tonight. You don't need to defend the shape you once believed yourself to be. The self doesn't need to stay fixed, only to keep moving. And movement isn't effort. It's just being carried along. You're not lost for resting in a way that feels like forgetting. You're simply letting go of what no longer needs to be held. Not because it wasn't important once, but because now there's no need to carry it. The silence doesn't demand anything, only that you let it be. And so you do. The air in the room feels heavier now, not because it's thick, but because you've stopped resisting its weight. You're no longer measuring how much you can hold, how many words, how many absences, how many versions of yourself that never quite fit. The idea of being a certain kind of person has softened like wax left in the sun. There is space now for things to melt without needing to be recast. You are not required to remember what it felt like to believe you had to be steady or loyal or present in every way at once. That certainty was never yours to keep, only ever borrowed from a moment that has already passed. The shape of duty doesn't need your approval anymore. It can remain as it is, an impression left behind by footfall on old earth. You don't have to return to the place where you thought obligation meant identity. There's no reason now to retrace every step taken in service of a role that didn't belong to you. The memory of showing up again and again doesn't need to be honored, only allowed to rest like ash after fire. And still, it lingers, not as demand, but as echo, like the faintest hum beneath floorboards when no one is walking above. You notice it not with urgency, but with quiet recognition. This thought has come back because it was never fully released. Not in anger, not in regret, but simply because you hadn't stopped long enough to let it go. There's room for that now. Even if the idea of letting go feels like losing something vital, it may be that what you're really holding on to is the fear of being unneeded. The dread that without a role, there would be no reason to exist. But existence does not depend on function. It depends only on presence. You are here not because you must do anything, but simply because this dark has opened its arms and said nothing more than, "You can rest." No conditions attached, no final exam at dawn, just breath in the quiet, the slow rise of chest beneath linen, a hand resting where it falls without needing to be moved. You are allowed not to prepare, not to rehearse your next move, or consider who might see you when you open your eyes. You don't have to be ready for anything tonight. There's no performance due at sunrise. No one is watching from the edge of the room, waiting to judge whether you've earned stillness. The thought about what people will say, what they'll think if you stop trying, doesn't need a reply. It can stay in its corner like an old coat left behind on a hook, dusty and unused, but not abandoned, not thrown out, just quietly folded away for now. And so it is. Nothing demands that you explain why you are no longer standing at attention. No one asks to see the credentials of your commitment anymore. The world doesn't need proof of your devotion. Only your presence in this moment, with its ordinary weight and silence. The self isn't a fortress built on loyalty or sacrifice. It's not something that must be defended. You are not a position held against the tide. You're more like air passing through an open window, neither claiming nor resisting what comes through. Even your breath doesn't need to be perfect. The inhale can be shallow, the exhale uneven, and still it is enough. There's no standard for how one must rest, no rule book that says you must reach a certain state of calm before being allowed to sleep. You are not failing because thoughts return. You're not falling short because your mind refuses to quiet down. The very act of noticing, of watching the way a memory flickers across awareness and then fades, is already part of what it means to be awake without strain. There's no need to correct yourself or push back against the current of thought. No reason to force stillness by holding tighter. You are not meant to become something different in order to belong here. You're already permitted, simply because you are. The idea that you must prove your worth through effort is a story you once believed, and now it's passing like mist over the surface of a pond. It doesn't vanish with force. It dissolves under its own weightlessness, There's no test at the end of this night, no final account to settle. You don't have to justify being in bed or claim that your rest was earned. The blanket stays where it is. The dark remains deep and undemanding. Nothing here asks you to be more than what you are right now. And what you are, just for tonight, is someone who has stopped measuring themselves against old expectations. Someone whose only job is to let the weight of effort fall away, not by fighting it, but simply by no longer needing to carry it. Even the memory of that duty, the one that once defined your hours, your choices, your self-respect, can be laid down like a stone in water and left there without consequence. It doesn't need to sink or rise. It just needs to stop being held. The mind is not meant to be controlled. It's meant to wander, to linger on things that don't matter, to return again and again to what it fears, what it misses, what it hopes might still come true. And all of this restless turning, is not a failure. It's just thinking happening. You don't have to make sense of it. You don't need to fix it. There is no problem to solve, only the quiet permission. It can be as it is. And so you let it drift, not because it will disappear, but because it doesn't need to stay. A cloud moving over the moon doesn't have to explain itself. It simply passes through light and shadow without apology. You are not a thing that must endure. You're not required to hold anything in place forever. There is no law against letting go, even when you're not sure what comes next. The stillness is not empty. It's full of the space where things can rest without being claimed. Full of the soft dark between heartbeats, where nothing asks for a name or an explanation. You don't have to know who you are if that identity depends on doing something meaningful every day. You can be someone whose only achievement tonight is allowing yourself not to do anything at all. The thought about tomorrow doesn't need your attention. It can float, like a leaf caught in the current of night, carried forward without needing to land, without needing direction. You don't have to decide what it means or where it will go. Just let it move through you and then be gone. There is no obligation to become someone new. No pressure to rebuild your sense of self from scratch. The old shape can remain as a shadow on the wall. No longer alive, but not forgotten either. You're not broken for wanting rest. You are not weak for being tired of proving yourself. There's no shame in feeling relief at simply being allowed to stop moving forward. You don't need permission to let your shoulders drop, or your hands unclench, or your thoughts wander without purpose. Even the memory of needing to be strong, of believing that strength meant never showing weariness, is fading now like a dream after waking. Not erased, but softened by time and distance. You are allowed to be fragile tonight, not as failure, but as truth. The body doesn't have to keep standing just because others expect it to. You don't need to carry the weight of expectation in your bones. And so, you let yourself feel the softness beneath the skin, the quiet ache that comes not from strain, but from release. Not from loss, but from letting go of what no longer fits. There's no reason to defend any part of this moment. No one asking you to explain why you're lying still, why your eyes are closed, why the thoughts linger without being answered. You don't have to perform calm. You don't need to look peaceful or appear composed. You can simply be breathing, aware, present in a way that doesn't require effort. There's no one waiting for you to say something meaningful before this night ends. No audience to satisfy. The dark is not listening. It only holds what is offered, without judgment, without demand. And so, you let it hold you, not because you've earned it, not because you're ready, but simply because you are here, and that is enough. You are not required to carry the shape of a duty that no longer fits your bones, the way it once held you, like a frame around a portrait, like hands folded in prayer, was never meant to last forever. It was never more than a temporary arrangement between you and time. And now, as the night settles deeper into its quiet rhythm, that shape begins to soften at the edges, not from absence, but from release. You don't have to mourn it for being gone. You don't need to grieve what has simply let go of you. It was never a part of you in the way that your breath is. Something you must keep alive by force. The memory of obligation still hums beneath the surface, like a low current underwater. But even that warmth begins to cool, not because it's forgotten, but because you no longer need to listen. You don't have to answer when it calls. Not tonight. There is room here for silence where duties once stood. Room not in the sense of replacement, but absence. An empty space that does not demand to be filled. The mind tends to rush toward filling emptiness with meaning, with new purpose, as if stillness were a lack. But this space is not lacking. It is full of what remains when you stop trying to be someone your life once asked you to be. You are allowed to notice how the air in the room feels different now. Not colder, but lighter, as though something has eased its grip on the atmosphere itself. The weight that used to press against your chest like a held breath is not gone exactly, but it no longer needs to stay. It can float upward, unclaimed, into the dark where it dissolves without ceremony. You are not responsible for what happens after you stop holding it. You don't have to make sure it lands right. or gets seen or acknowledged by anyone. You're only asked to let it go. And that is already done. There is a certain relief in realizing that your hands were never meant to hold the same shape for years, decades, forever. The idea that you must remain fixed in one posture, shoulders squared, eyes forward, voice steady, is not truth. It was a demand made by time, not by life. And now, lying here with no need to prove anything, you are free to be unsteady, unformed, incomplete, not broken, but simply open. You don't have to be whole at the end of every day. The body doesn't require perfection in order to rest. It only requires permission to lie down, to stop measuring itself against what it used to do. You can let your arms fall where they may, toward the edge of the bed, curled slightly toward your chest, one hand resting on the blanket, like a question that does not need answering. The fingers are not tense. They are not gripping anything. There is no effort in their position. And so there is no strain in staying this way. You don't have to explain why you're not moving, why your eyes remain closed, why you aren't thinking about what comes next. No one is waiting for a report. The night doesn't need updates. It only needs presence, and that too is already happening. There's a quiet sound in the dark, the slow exhalation of air from somewhere beyond the walls. Not a breath exactly, more like the room itself sighing as it settles into its own stillness. You don't have to join it or match its rhythm, but you can notice how your breathing begins to align, not by effort, but simply because both are part of the same quiet world. The air moves through you without needing a reason. It passes in and out like water flowing over stone, smooth, unforced. And each time it leaves, there is less weight in the chest, less need to hold on. You don't have to be someone who does things for others anymore. Not tonight. You are not being evaluated by anyone's standards but your own. And even those you can loosen a little now. There's no law that says every moment must serve something larger than itself. The act of lying still, of watching thoughts drift through the mind without stopping them. This is its own kind of integrity, not performance, not contribution, but presence, a quiet showing up where nothing else is expected. Even the thought of tomorrow doesn't have to be carried in your ribs like a stone. It can float freely now, not as a burden, but as part of the atmosphere. A shadow passing over light. You don't need to prepare for it. You don't need to rehearse how you'll respond. There is no test at dawn. No one will ask if you were strong enough last night. The morning doesn't care whether you're ready or not. It only comes when it comes, and until then, there is no reason to be anything but this. Someone who lies in the dark and lets things pass through without trying to hold on. There's a small patch of warmth beneath your shoulder where the blanket meets skin, just enough heat to remind you that you are still here. Still alive. Not because you've done something worthy, not because you've earned it, but simply because you're breathing and the air is moving through you in a steady way. The body doesn't require justification for staying warm. It only requires that no one forces it to be cold. You don't have to defend your rest. You don't need to say why you are not working on something meaningful right now. No one is asking. There's no ledger where each minute must earn its place. You can simply exist, and that too is valid. The mind doesn't have to be useful in order to be allowed to think. Thoughts may come and go without needing a purpose. A leaf floats down from the tree, not because it has an assignment, but because gravity exists and wind moves through trees at night. That is enough. There's no need to rebuild anything tonight. No call to reclaim who you were or become someone new. You don't have to return to any role that once made sense. The past doesn't demand loyalty. It only remains as a memory, like the shape of an old coat left in a closet, still present but not worn. And so it can stay there, untouched by need, unclaimed by you. You are allowed to let things rest without ever needing to use them again. Even your thoughts about who you were, those careful constructions built from years of duty and expectation, can be left behind like footprints in soft earth, slowly erased by rain. Not all memories must stay clear. Some can blur into the night, not lost, but simply no longer urgent. There is peace in knowing that some parts of your life don't need to remain sharp or defined. You are allowed to forget what doesn't serve you now. You don't have to know what comes next. You don't even have to want it. The future does not ask for a response from you tonight. It only waits, like the dark itself, patient and unbothered by your hesitation or stillness. And so you can let go of trying to figure out where you're going. Let go of needing to be someone who knows. There's no shame in being a person who doesn't have it all figured out, and there never was. The mind is not required to stay alert. It doesn't need to be useful or productive. You can let your thoughts drift like smoke from a dying fire, rising slowly, thinning as they go, until they are nothing more than a breath in the air. And when they vanish, you don't have to mourn them. They were never yours to keep. You are not required to be strong anymore. Not because you failed, but because strength was never about holding on so tightly that you forget how to let go. True stillness is not weakness. It's the opposite of performance. It's the quiet place where you don't need to prove anything, where your existence alone is enough. You are allowed to be small right now. Not in value, but in shape. Not in significance, but in presence. You can be a slight movement in the dark, a breath, a pause between two thoughts. That is not failure. It is surrender, not to defeat, but to what already is. You notice how the dark doesn't ask to be filled. It simply holds space, not by force, but by absence, by its own quiet refusal to demand anything. You are lying in it now, and it does not need you to name what you're carrying or explain why your breath lingers just a little longer than usual. The air around you is thick with stillness, not emptiness, and that difference matters. It isn't empty because nothing is there. It's full of the kind of quiet that doesn't require noise to be real. You don't have to make meaning out of this moment. You don't need to attach a reason to your presence here. The fact that you are lying in bed at night, eyes closed, mind tracing old patterns like fingers brushing over worn wood, this is not an accident. It's not failure or delay. It's just happening, and every part of it, the slight tightness behind the ribs, the way a thought about someone long gone drifts through without warning, is allowed to be here. Not as proof of anything, but simply as something that passes. The weight you've carried for so long. This idea that certain duties must remain sacred, even when they no longer fit, was never an obligation written in stone. It was always a choice made at some point when your body still believed it had to move forward. Not because the path led anywhere, but because stopping felt like surrender. But now you can let go of the belief that motion is virtue. You don't have to honor something just because you once thought you should. You are allowed to stop being a monument to past expectations, not out of disrespect, but out of recognition. That version of you was real when it existed, but real doesn't mean eternal. A tree sheds its leaves, not because it has failed to grow, but because growth includes release. The bark remembers the shape of what once lived inside it, but it doesn't need to carry every branch that grew there. You don't have to be more than this moment. You are already enough in your stillness, not despite being tired, not after you've done something worthy, but simply as a presence in the dark, breathing slowly, letting time move around you without needing to direct it. The body knows how to rest even when the mind thinks it must stay awake. There's no need to rewrite yourself tonight. No one is waiting for your return. Not to any role, not to any performance. You are not required to rebuild what was once built on obligation. There's no law that says you must keep a certain shape just because you wore it before. The self isn't a statue, fixed and polished. It's more like the way a stream changes course over time, carving new paths through soil that hasn't felt water in centuries. You can let go of what used to define you, not out of anger or rejection, but simply as an act of kindness toward your own unfolding. You don't need to defend who you were when you believed something had to be true. That belief is not a crime. It was a map drawn under different skies, but now the stars have shifted. Your hands are resting on top of the blanket, and they don't feel heavy anymore. Not because they've done anything important, but because they're simply allowed to rest. The same way the shadow beside you doesn't need to prove it's real by moving or speaking. It just is, and so are you. There's no demand for perfection in this night. No requirement that your thoughts be useful, clean, or aligned with any future plan. You can let them drift like dust motes caught in a single shaft of light from somewhere far away, floating upward not because they want to go anywhere, but simply because the air is still and warm enough to hold them for a moment. You don't have to be sure what comes next. No one asks you to predict your own path. The future doesn't care about your confidence or clarity. It only exists as a possibility that will unfold whether you're ready or not. And so it can wait, like the earth waits beneath snow, patient and untouched by urgency. There's no shame in not knowing how to begin again. There's no failure in wanting to stop being someone who always has to answer the call. You are allowed to be a person whose most meaningful act tonight is simply choosing not to move, not because you've given up, but because you've finally remembered that stillness isn't an absence of effort, but its quietest form. You don't have to earn your right to rest by doing something first. Rest doesn't need permission from the past or approval from the future. It exists on its own terms, like breath between two thoughts, like a pause in music where nothing is said but everything is felt. And so you can let this shape, the one that once held you firm and certain, soften at the edges, not collapse, not break, just settle into something gentler, like clay left out in the rain, slowly losing its form, not because it was weak, but because it finally remembers how to be soft again. No need to hold on to what no longer fits your body. No need to force yourself into a shape that once made sense, but now feels like armor. You don't have to wear anything just because you wore it before. The past doesn't own the present. It only remains as memory, and memories are not meant to be lived in. They're meant to be felt, then released. There's no need to justify your stillness. No one is watching. Not even time itself demands that you keep moving forward at all times. Time flows without judgment. It doesn't care if you pause or linger or forget what came before. It just keeps going, like water over stone, not because it has a purpose, but simply because it's already there. You can let your thoughts come and go like birds crossing the sky in silence. They don't leave behind footprints on air. They pass through without claiming anything. And so you can be that too. A presence that moves without needing to mark its path. Your chest rises gently with each breath. Not because it must, but because it's allowed. The act of breathing is not a performance. It doesn't need a reason or an audience. It just happens. Quietly, continuously, and so do you. You don't have to be the person who fixes things anymore. You're allowed to be the one who simply lets them be. Not in rebellion, but in acceptance. There's strength in that kind of yielding. Not weakness, not surrender, but a deep knowing. Some things cannot be held onto. Some shapes were never meant to last. You are not required to stay firm, or certain, or useful. You're allowed to be a quiet space where nothing needs to happen. No revelation, no breakthrough, no moment of clarity. Just the fact that you're here, and it's okay for that alone to be enough. Even your thoughts about duty, the careful ways you once justified yourself, the moments when you believed your worth was tied to what you did rather than who you were, can now rest like old letters in a drawer, unopened, unstamped, not forgotten, but no longer urgent. They don't need an answer. They don't require a response. You can let them sit where they are, not dismissed, not hated, but simply released from their demand to be answered tonight. The truth isn't that you've failed to fulfill some duty. The truth is that duties change. People change. And what once felt like necessity may now feel like a costume too tight for your current skin. There's no need to wear it anymore. Not out of disrespect, but because your body has learned something different about itself, something deeper than obligation. You are not required to be anything other than present. And so you can let go, not with regret, not with fear, but with a kind of gentle letting, like watching smoke rise from an extinguished candle and knowing it will drift away without returning. You don't have to keep proving your value by staying awake. You're allowed to close your eyes not because you've done enough, but simply because the body needs rest. And that is not failure, nor weakness, nor surrender. It's just life moving through you in a quiet way. Not striving, not pushing, not claiming anything, just being. The quiet between heartbeats is not empty. It is full of something older than thought. A stillness that does not wait for permission to be. You do not have to fill it with reasons or names or stories about why you should keep standing. The silence isn't asking anything of you. It's just here, like the space behind your eyes when the day finally stops, whispering its list of things to remember. There is no one in that room but you, and even they are soft now, not pressing forward with expectation or need. The shape of duty has been worn into your shoulders for so long, it feels like bone. But bones can shift. They do, slowly, without fanfare, without ceremony. You don't have to notice when it happens. The body knows before the mind does. Your hands unclench, not because you've decided to let go, but because they finally remember what looseness feels like. A quiet release from a grip that had become invisible over time. No one told you how long it takes for muscles to forget their duty. You weren't taught that tension can live on even after the task is done. You are not required to carry the weight of your own past decisions, nor do they need to be defended or explained in this moment. They were real once. they mattered, but things don't have to matter forever just because they happened. A seed falls into soil and grows, then it dies. The earth does not mourn its passing. It only waits for what comes next. You are not the tree nor the root. You are the air between them now. Light, open, letting go of whatever must be left behind. There's a kind of peace in knowing you don't have to stay consistent with who you were last year or 5 years ago. The self is not a statue carved from memory. It moves like wind through an old hallway, brushing against walls that no longer need to hold it up. There's room enough for the person who used to believe they had to be useful, and still allow space for someone who simply wants to rest. You don't have to be more than you are right now. No expansion, no performance, no effort to prove yourself in any direction. Not even toward peace. Peace is not a goal. It's an invitation that comes when the mind stops demanding things of itself. It arrives like sunlight through blinds at dawn, not because you earned it, but because the night has ended. Your breath continues without need for approval. Your heart beats without having to justify its rhythm. The body does not ask if it should keep living. It simply goes on, and so can you, without needing to do anything more than be present in your own skin tonight. No duty required, not even the duty of being awake. Think about how a river doesn't apologize for flowing sideways or slowing down when rocks appear. It just changes course, not out of failure, but because it's already moving forward, even if only at half its speed. You are that too, fluid, shaped by what you meet, guided more by current than command. There is no need to force your path into a straight line, especially when the world has already shifted around you. The thought of having once believed in certain obligations, of feeling bound by invisible lines drawn through your youth or shaped by others' expectations, does not vanish, but it softens. It becomes less like an order and more like something observed from afar. A landscape that used to feel necessary, now seen with quiet distance. You can see the path you walked without needing to walk it again. It is allowed for some parts of your life to no longer need your attention. The mind tends to want to fix or reframe everything, especially when it feels like something has gone wrong. But sometimes what's needed isn't correction, but stillness. Not in resistance, not as retreat, but simply because the act of resting is its own kind of truth. You are allowed to stop measuring your worth by how much you've done. It doesn't matter if you feel behind or unfulfilled or uncertain about whether anything was meaningful. Meaning does not have to be proven. It only needs to be lived. And living right now means letting the next thought pass through without grabbing it, just as a leaf drifts down from a tree and lands where it will, never asking why. There is no reason you must keep holding on to your former shape. The one that felt like identity, like purpose. That shape may have served its time. It's not wrong or bad for being outdated. It was only ever temporary, like clothing suited to another season. You don't need to hate the old version of yourself. Just release the idea that you must remain in it. You are not a role, not even an act of service. You are not your function, nor your responsibility, nor your past decisions. You're simply here, breathing, awake, aware, and all that is asked of you now is to stay with this moment as it unfolds without shaping it into anything more than what it already is. The weight you once carried was never yours alone. It was borrowed from time, from others' needs, from your own fear of being seen as less. But those things aren't part of your core. They were layered on over years like dust settling on a shelf. And now, in this quiet dark, that dust is not clinging anymore. You don't have to be needed to be real. You are already real, not because you did something important today, but simply because you exist in this space with your own slow breath and your own hidden thoughts, none of which require explanation. There's no rule saying you must keep moving forward just because time is passing. Time doesn't demand progress. It only flows. And so can you, not toward achievement or completion, but simply into the next breath, the next quiet stretch between awarenesses. Even the idea of needing to become something, someone else, isn't required tonight. You don't have to grow, expand, evolve, or even change. The only thing that matters is whether you're present in this moment, and you are. That's enough. Not because it should be, but simply because it is. You can stop trying to earn your right to rest. There's no invoice to pay before lying down. No proof required. You don't need permission from the future or justification from yesterday. This breath, this feeling of warmth beneath a blanket, this softness in your limbs is all that's needed for you to belong here. The past does not have ownership over your present. It only lives as memory, faint and fading, and memories are meant to be held lightly, like a feather caught in air. They do not need to be kept in hand or defended. You can let them go without guilt. There is no need for you to keep being useful just because you once believed that was your purpose. Usefulness isn't the only form of value. Presence is too. Stillness counts. Not doing, simply being. This is a kind of contribution not measured by results, but by presence alone. You don't have to be productive in order to matter. You're already here, and that is enough. Even if nothing happens tonight, Even if no insight comes, no resolution forms, no answer arrives, that's still okay. The mind doesn't need to solve anything. It just needs to rest. Let the thoughts about duty drift away like smoke from a fire long extinguished. No longer hot, not rising anymore, just fading into the dark air with no demand for attention. They don't have to be answered. They don't even need to be acknowledged. You are allowed to stop carrying them through every night. You are not required to stay awake out of loyalty to a role that once felt true. The body is tired. The mind has worked long enough today. There's no shame in surrendering to rest, not as failure, but as part of the natural rhythm of being human. Even your sense of obligation, your old habit of feeling responsible for things outside yourself, can now be released like a thread that was once taut and now has simply lost its tension. It doesn't snap, it just goes slack, quietly, without drama or resistance. You notice how the air in the room holds its shape differently now, less like a container, and more like something that breathes with you, softly expanding and contracting without effort. It doesn't need to be filled or shaped. There's no pressure on it to hold anything important, not even your thoughts. You don't have to give it meaning. It just is. And in its stillness, the space between your ribs feels like a place where things can settle without needing permission. The rhythm of your breath isn't being guided anymore. It's finding its own depth, moving through you as if remembering something older than words. There's no demand for you to be anything specific, no title to uphold, no role that needs reacting. Even the idea of you is loosening at the edges, not vanishing, but softening into a kind of quiet presence that doesn't require definition. You're not proving yourself by being useful or capable or worthy. You don't need to perform your existence in order to be real. The way light falls across the ceiling tonight, slightly uneven, caught in dust motes like forgotten seconds, isn't trying to say anything. It just is. And that's enough. You've spent so long measuring yourself against expectations. What you should do, who you should be, whether your effort was adequate or not. But now, lying here with no one listening and nothing to report on, there's a kind of freedom in not having to answer for anything. The need to justify isn't present anymore. There's only the feeling of weightlessness beneath the blanket, the slow drag of limbs sinking into the mattress as if gravity itself is letting go. A thought drifts, faint and quiet, about how much time you've spent believing that being needed was the same as being valuable. But value doesn't come from performance. It comes from simply being present in a world that continues whether or not you're contributing. The trees outside don't apologize for standing still during winter. They don't wonder if they're doing enough by just holding their shape through cold and dark. You are allowed to be like that, still, waiting, untouched by urgency. You don't have to grow, change, improve. There's no law saying you must be something more than what you already are. Not tonight. The future doesn't demand your effort in advance. It only asks for this moment, to rest in it without guilt, to let the weight of duty fall away, not because it was wrong or unnecessary, but simply because it isn't needed right now. Even the idea that you must be responsible, must carry something forward, can dissolve like mist over a field at dawn. Responsibility isn't a thing to hold. It's a rhythm that comes and goes. You've carried this one for so long, it became part of your posture, how you sat, even how you breathed. But now the pressure is gone. The thread has unspooled, not broken, just released. There's no need to mourn its passing or defend why you let go. That kind of grief comes when we believe we've failed something important. But it wasn't an obligation. It was a habit built from old fears, from wanting to be seen as strong, reliable, necessary. And now that the fear is quiet, so too can the habit. You don't have to do anything with this moment, except be in it. No task, no outcome. Just awareness, warm and soft, like sunlight on stone after rain. The kind of warmth you feel when you've stopped looking for something to fill the silence. There's nothing to fix here, no flaw to correct, not even a sense that you should try harder. The mind doesn't need to be useful tonight. It can rest in not knowing, without searching for answers. That's okay too. The absence of meaning isn't emptiness, it's space. A kind of quiet generosity toward yourself. The gift of not having to figure it all out. Even your memory of what you were supposed to do, what was expected from you, isn't a command anymore. It's just an echo, faint and fading, like footsteps in a corridor long after someone has passed. You don't need to answer them or walk back down that hall. They've already left the building. There's no reason to keep carrying what doesn't belong to you. The role wasn't yours. It was borrowed from years of trying to please, to prove worth through action. But now, with your eyes closed and breath slow, you can see it for what it was. A costume worn too long until even the stitching began to fray. You don't have to wear it anymore. Not because it's bad or shameful, just because it no longer fits. You're not meant to carry everything forever. The body remembers when it's tired. The mind knows when it's been asked too much. There's a kind of grace in letting go, not as an act of rebellion, but as simple recognition that you were never required to be what you once thought. You didn't have to earn your place by doing more or being someone else. Your presence is enough. just like the way the dark holds everything without needing to explain it. Even silence can belong here. It doesn't need to be filled with thoughts, stories, plans. It's allowed to just be, and so are you. The thought about how much time has passed since you last stopped moving, it isn't a problem now. Not even a question. Just a fact, floating in the air like dust, no longer weighted by urgency. You don't need to measure it. You're not behind. You've never been on schedule anyway, only trying to keep up with expectations. There's something quiet and unspoken about being still, that you are allowed to be here without doing, without proving anything. The world keeps turning, even when you stop contributing, just as the stars continue their slow arc across the sky, whether anyone is watching or not. You don't have to earn your right to rest. You aren't indebted to time for how long you've been awake or asleep or thinking. No ledger exists that tracks your worth by hours spent doing something. There's no account saying you must pay back sleep with effort tomorrow. Your body knows when it needs repair. Your breath already knows what to do. The mind has its own way of calming, even when it feels like chaos is still running through it. It doesn't need permission from anyone, least of all from the self that used to believe it had to be useful every second, even if nothing changes in you tonight. If no clarity comes, no release lands with a sound, you are already where you're meant to be, not waiting for something else, not preparing for another task, just being, lying here, breathing, feeling the quiet weight of your own limbs as they sink deeper into stillness. There's no need to fix what isn't broken. The only thing that matters is whether you are present in this moment, and you are. You don't have to be more than you are. You don't have to do anything different. Not now, not ever. Unless it feels natural. Unless the body wants movement or stillness comes without effort. There's a kind of peace in realizing that duty isn't love, and obligation is not loyalty. Love doesn't require performance. Loyalty doesn't demand sacrifice. And you don't have to keep proving yourself by being available, by answering every call, by showing up even when your bones are tired and your thoughts are spent. You can simply be here with the dark pressing gently against your eyelids, with the soft rise and fall of breath, with no need for anything more than this quiet truth that you exist not because of what you've done, but because you are. And that is enough. Even if all you do tonight is lie in stillness, it counts. Even if no thought resolves or clarifies, even if the idea of duty remains a faint hum beneath awareness, it doesn't need to be silenced. It can just be allowed to fade, like a sound heard from far away, passing through walls without needing to make itself known. You are not required to honor anything that once felt necessary, not because it was wrong, but because your body and mind have learned something new. That rest is not the opposite of duty. It's part of being human. There's no shame in letting go of what you once thought defined you. No failure in choosing stillness over effort. The only thing that matters is whether you are here now, aware, breathing, softening, and you are. The shape of that old duty, how it settled into your shoulders like a coat too heavy for winter, worn so long it became part of you, has begun to loosen its grip, not by being rejected, but simply by no longer being held in place. You don't have to carry it forward. It doesn't need to be carried at all. The weight was never real in the way that a stone is real. It was only ever a thought shaped into obligation, repeated until it felt like bone. And now, even as it lingers near the edge of attention, you notice how little force it carries when left alone. You are not required to honor what no longer fits, not because it was wrong or foolish. Some things do matter, but because your body has learned a different rhythm. The slow turn of breath in and out, the quiet release after each exhalation, these speak more clearly now than any demand ever did. You don't need to justify being still by measuring how much you've earned it. Your rest is not an act of withdrawal. It's an acceptance of what your nervous system has been trying to tell you for years. You are not a machine that must be running to have value. The way the dark presses against your eyelids isn't absence, it's presence. It doesn't ask anything of you. And in that lack of demand, there is space. Space where no one waits, where no voice calls your name from some imagined duty beyond sleep. There is only this, the cool silk of the pillow beneath your head, the slow warmth spreading through your chest as air fills you, the quiet hum just behind hearing, like a distant stream moving under stone, not loud enough to disturb anything. You don't have to decide what to do with the feeling that something's changed. Not yet. There is no right answer about whether this shift is loss or release. Perhaps it's both, or neither. The mind doesn't need to claim ownership of any conclusion. It can simply observe how one part of you has softened while another remains unchanged, and let them coexist without trying to fix the balance. There is a kind of kindness in not knowing what comes next, not rushing toward resolution, not forcing clarity into shadowed corners. You don't have to name the old shape that once held you. No need to mourn it or celebrate its passing. It simply dissolves in the same way morning light erases night, slowly, without fanfare, because time moves forward whether we notice or not. You are allowed to feel both relief and sorrow at once. The ache of letting go doesn't cancel out the ease of release. One does not erase the other. Both are true, and neither demands a response from you. There is no rule that says your identity must stay fixed in order to be real. You can still remember what it felt like to carry that duty. How steady and certain you were at first. How important every choice seemed. But now, as you lie here breathing into the quiet, you see more clearly those choices weren't made from strength so much as fear. Fear of being seen as inadequate, of not measuring up, of failing in a way that could never be forgiven. But now the air feels different, not lighter in weight, but softer in texture, like cotton floating between your ribs instead of iron. You don't have to prove you're still capable just because you've stopped doing what used to define you. Capability doesn't require performance. It exists independently of tasks completed or roles fulfilled. Even when the mind drifts back toward old patterns, the habit of checking in, of scanning for signs of neglect, there is no need to push it away. You can simply notice that thought passing through like a cloud across an open sky, moving on without leaving any mark behind. It doesn't mean anything more than what it is. Another breath in the long stream of awareness. You are not expected to be anyone else right now. Not even the person who once believed duty was sacred. The version of you that needed to be useful every second has already moved on. Quietly, like a guest who left after dinner without saying goodbye. You don't need to chase them down or apologize for letting go. There is no record kept in any book, no file stored beneath the surface of memory, where your worth gets calculated by how many tasks you've finished, or how often you showed up when asked. What remains is not a list, but a presence, a quiet hum beneath thought, the sensation of limbs sinking into softness, the slow rise and fall of breath that doesn't need to be managed. Even if the old idea returns, whispering about responsibility lost or balance unmet, it can still pass through you without lodging. You don't have to defend against it, nor welcome it. It's simply part of the field of awareness, like dust motes in a sunbeam. Not important, just there. You are learning that being human doesn't require constant motion. That peace isn't earned by doing more, but found in doing less, in allowing things to be as they are, not fighting against silence, not trying to fill every gap with sound or meaning. There is strength in stillness, but it's not the kind that shouts. The way your fingers rest on the blanket, how one lies slightly curled while the other rests flat, isn't a sign of weakness. It isn't an error. It is simply what happens when the body stops needing to be ready, when there's no need to prepare for anything, nothing left to protect against. You don't have to do anything with this moment, except let it happen. No effort required, not even the will to stay awake. The mind can wander and return without judgment. You aren't responsible for where attention goes or how long it stays. It's not a duty to keep thinking clearly, only to remain present in whatever form that takes. And so you are here, not because of what you've done, nor because of what you might do, but simply because your body has chosen to be still, because breath continues without instruction, because the dark is patient and doesn't ask for anything more than your presence. There's no need to become someone new in order to rest. You don't have to rebuild yourself from scratch or erase every trace of who you were. The person who once believed duty was love, she isn't gone. She simply lives now in a different form, one that doesn't require constant proof, one that knows her value is not earned by effort, but already held. You are not required to be useful tonight, not even slightly. You don't need to contribute anything meaningful or productive. The act of being, of lying here, breathing slowly, letting thoughts come and go is enough. It doesn't have to mean something more than it is. There's no requirement that stillness must serve a purpose. The way your chest rises with each inhale, it isn't effort, it isn't performance. It's life simply continuing, like roots beneath soil, growing without being asked, like rivers flowing through valleys carved by time, not by intent. You don't have to claim this moment as sacred or special. You don't need to name it or protect it from passing. It is already quiet, already complete, already yours, without needing permission, without having earned it, even if the idea of letting go still feels like a risk. If part of you wonders whether you're abandoning something important, it can be held gently, not as an enemy, but as a memory, as one chapter in a longer story that isn't ending, only changing course. And somewhere beneath all this, the faintest echo, there is no need to fix it, no need to correct the past or redeem old choices. There's room for forgiveness without apology, for release without regret, because you are not what you once believed you had to be. You are more than that, and less. The difference isn't in quantity, it's in quality. You don't have to carry anything forward, not even the idea of who you were supposed to become. There is no law saying you must honor any role, no invisible thread pulling you back toward a version of yourself that no longer exists. The air around you feels different now, not empty, but open, as though space has expanded just enough to hold what was once too heavy for it. The way the dark settles around you now isn't a void, it's a kind of holding, not one that demands attention or response, but something older than need. It doesn't ask to be named. It doesn't care whether you are listening or not. The quiet is not empty because it lacks content. It's full in its own way, full of the absence of demand. And when your breath slows and slips between moments without purpose, that stillness begins to feel less like resistance and more like return. Like coming home to a room where nothing has been rearranged for years, but you're no longer expected to fix anything. There's a warmth beneath the blanket that isn't from heat. It comes from how your body chooses not to move, not out of surrender, but because it doesn't need to. The muscles have decided they are done with waiting. They've stopped bracing against an imagined future or rehearsing past decisions. You can feel it in the slight shift of weight between ribs and pelvis. The way gravity is simply accepted now, not fought. No effort required to stay upright. No adjustment needed for balance. You don't have to steady yourself because you're already still. And when a thought rises about that voice you haven't spoken to in months, about the silence between two people who once knew each other well, it doesn't have to be answered. It can arrive like rain on a roof, not as a message, but as weather. You don't need to interpret it or decide if it's true. It is simply something that happens in the air of your mind, passing through without leaving marks, like smoke from a distant fire, seen only because there was no wind to carry it away. You are not required to make sense of what has been left behind, not even slightly. The shape of duty once carved deep into how you held yourself, the way you straightened your spine when someone might be watching, the way you checked your tone before speaking. Those habits were real in their time. They served a purpose, but now they are like footprints in wet sand, clear at first, then slowly blurred by what comes after. And there is no rule that says you must preserve them just because they existed. No law requiring that every step leave an impression. You don't have to carry the weight of having been someone specific. The person who believed she had to prove herself through service. She was real, and her choices were meaningful. But meaning doesn't demand permanence. A candle burns brightly in a room, then fades. Its light changes the air while it lasts, but no one asks it to stay lit. The silence now is not vacant. It's attentive. Not because you are being watched, but because everything around you has stopped pretending to be something else. The blanket isn't just covering you. It is resting on top of you as though both have decided that stillness is enough. Your arms don't lie flat or tense. They simply rest where they fell when the body chose not to move anymore. One hand half open, like a gate left unlatched. No need for closure. No reason to draw lines. You are not expected to be whole tonight. Not even close. You're allowed to feel incomplete in ways that don't require fixing. The idea of being fixed is itself an old demand, one you no longer have to obey. There's no law saying every part must fit together neatly, or that the pieces must remain visible. The dark has its own rhythm. Slow and uninterested in speed. It doesn't hurry toward morning because it knows there will be light when it comes. And so you don't need to push forward either. You can rest within the length of this night without guilt for not doing more or for not being someone else. There's a quiet hum beneath all this. The sound of nothing trying to become something. Like air moving through an old house where no one lives anymore, but still remembers how rooms used to feel when people were inside. Not ghostly, just present in the way dust settles on shelves and books keep their spines straight without being opened. The idea of duty once held you like a rope tied around your chest, tight enough that breathing felt like effort. But now it's not broken. It's simply undone, unraveled from within, because the need for binding has faded, and in its place there is space, not wide or loud, but deep with quiet possibility. You don't have to honor what you were once made of. You aren't required to keep that version alive. She wasn't a statue meant to last forever. She was a moment shaped by circumstances, not destiny. And moments change. They pass. They shift without ceremony. There's no ritual needed for endings, no speech, no farewell. Even the memory of that person doesn't need to be defended. It can exist without being proved true. Without needing permission to live in your past, you don't have to justify her choices or defend her name. She's not a burden you must carry forward. She's simply part of what led you here, where stillness feels like safety. And when the thought comes that maybe you've lost something important, if there was value in all those years spent being useful, in always answering calls, even when tired, you don't have to argue with it. You can let it be present without needing to agree or disagree. It's not a test. It doesn't demand your attention. It's just another breath passing through the air of your mind. There is no need to find meaning in letting go. No rule that says surrender must earn its place. The fact that you're able to stop trying, really stop, is itself an act of quiet courage, not failure. Because most people never learn how to rest without guilt. Most spend their lives believing they are only worthy when working. But you don't need to be worth anything right now. You aren't being evaluated. There's no scorecard. No one is watching or marking your progress. The world doesn't care if you're still here, awake or asleep. It moves forward regardless. And so can you, without needing to justify your presence. The way the air feels in your lungs tonight isn't urgent. It's not searching for anything. It just flows in and out like water through a stone channel that has long forgotten what it was built for. The path is worn down by time, but no longer used. Still, it holds the shape of movement, and so does your breath. You don't have to become someone new. You aren't being asked to start over. There's room in this moment not just for rest, but for the simple fact that you are still here, breathing, existing without purpose or agenda. That is already enough. The absence of need isn't emptiness. It's space. Open ground where nothing grows because nothing has been planted. And if there's a part of you that wonders whether this is safe, if letting go means losing what mattered most, you don't have to answer it. You can simply notice the wonder and how easily things fall away when no one holds on anymore. Like leaves detaching from branches, not out of violence, but because gravity has won its quiet war. There's a stillness beneath all motion, the kind that doesn't shout, doesn't announce itself, doesn't demand recognition. It just is. And you are part of it now. Not as an observer, but as one who rests within it without needing to do anything at all. You don't need to protect this feeling from passing. You don't have to hold on to it like a secret or fear losing it when dawn comes. The night isn't afraid of morning. It doesn't fight against light. It simply waits with open hands, knowing that change is not betrayal. And so you can let go too, not in panic, but in trust. And the quiet understanding that even if tomorrow brings different shapes, different duties, different versions of yourself, you don't have to carry any of them now. Not tonight. The body doesn't ask for permission to be still. The breath doesn't check with anyone before continuing. The dark has no opinion on what you should do next. It simply holds the space where nothing needs to happen. And so, gently, without effort, you can let this moment continue just as it is. Not because it's perfect or complete, but because it's already enough. You don't need a reason to be here. You're not expected to perform. There's no audience waiting to applaud or judge. No script to follow. The way a river forgets its name when it slows into shadow, no longer rushing toward some imagined end, no longer claiming territory by volume or speed. You are not being asked to remember who you were meant to be. There is no echo in the dark that calls your old shape back with insistence. The silence doesn't answer your questions. It simply holds the space where names dissolve and duties fade into breath. You can let the weight of a life shaped by duty settle like dust on an old shelf, no longer needed, not forgotten, just quietly still. There's no need to file it away or honor its presence. It rests because it is no longer required to move. Not today, not now. And that quieting isn't failure. It's the soft ending of a long performance, where the final curtain doesn't fall with fanfare but with ease. The mind does not have to explain itself in order to be allowed to rest. The body does not need approval before it lets go. Even when your hands are empty, even when your voice has gone still, you remain here, present not by effort, but simply by being. Not as a role, not as an achievement, but as a presence that needs no justification. You aren't doing anything wrong in staying silent. There is a kind of warmth that comes from surrender, not the heat of exertion or urgency, but the low glow of something finally unburdened. Like wood left to cool after fire has passed through it. The air around you carries no demand for results. No one waits for your next move, not even yourself. You are not obligated to carry forward what was once believed necessary. You don't have to prove that the old path mattered. There's room in this dark for forgetting without shame, for letting go without regret. What lingers isn't a debt, it's merely memory. A record of motion, not command. The shape you once wore, the one stitched from duty and expectation, doesn't need your permission to loosen. It can unknit itself slowly, like thread pulled from old fabric in the quiet hours. No rush, no tearing, just a slow letting fall, as if gravity had quietly been working on it all along, unnoticed. And you are not responsible for its fate. You don't have to mourn what no longer serves. You aren't required to defend it or dismantle it. It simply is, and then it isn't. That's how things pass through this world. Softly, without ceremony. There's a stillness beneath the surface of every thought that comes unmoored. Not silence as emptiness, but silence as space where nothing presses in. No one needs to fill it. No message must be sent. You aren't asked to speak when you don't wish to. The room doesn't require answers from you. Your breath moves without needing direction. It flows through your chest like water, finding its own level in a still pool. Not seeking depth, not avoiding shallowness, just moving as it's meant to, naturally, quietly. No one needs to correct it. No voice inside says this isn't enough, or you're going too slow. There is no correction, because there was never a rule. Even the thoughts about duty, that old companion that used to keep you awake, are beginning to lose their grip. Not by force, not through willpower, but simply by being met with stillness instead of resistance. They linger like fog at dawn, present, visible, but already thinning as light seeps in from nowhere. You are no longer chasing the idea of completion. You don't have to finish what you started. There's no final exam waiting for your score. No certificate to earn. The world doesn't send a report card on how well you lived up to someone else's measure. There is only this: the way your shoulder rests against the pillow, the soft weight of blanket across your legs, the quiet rhythm beneath the surface where nothing needs to be done. You don't need to feel proud about it. You aren't being tested for patience. You are not required to justify your peace. The night isn't holding its breath, waiting for you to wake up and return to duty. It is breathing with you, slow, unhurried, uninterested in what comes next. No agenda, no expectation that anything will change. And so you can rest where you are, not because it's a victory, not because you've earned it, but simply because this moment allows it. The body knows when to stop. It doesn't consult a calendar or weigh options. It just stops when the need is past. And your mind, your quiet, weary mind, is learning that stopping is not betrayal. There's no need to protect yourself from forgetting who you were. You don't have to defend the old version of yourself against its own dissolution. Let it go like a leaf caught in wind and released without struggle, not with anger, not with sorrow, just gently, naturally, as things do when they are no longer held. You aren't losing anything by letting this pass through you. You're simply allowing what was never meant to stay to drift away on its own time, like smoke from a candle long extinguished. No one sees it vanish because it wasn't really there in the first place. Only thought to be. Even your name, what you once believed defined you, is not needed tonight. It doesn't have to echo through these rooms or carry meaning into tomorrow. You can let it rest like an old coat hung on a hook, no longer worn but still present, waiting quietly for a season when it might be useful again, or simply left behind. There's something honest in the fact that you don't know what will come next. That uncertainty isn't danger. It's space. Open ground where nothing is required to grow. No seed planted, no promise made. Just breath and dark and stillness. You are not asked to prepare for anything. not to plan or anticipate. You aren't being called to answer any call. Yours has already been answered by silence. There is a quiet dignity in simply being here without having to do more than breathe, without needing to perform, to prove, to justify. The world doesn't notice your stillness, but you do, and that's enough. You don't have to be useful right now. You don't need to matter to anyone except yourself. And even then, not in the way of performance or value. Just as a presence is allowed to exist without proving its worth. The night holds all this, not as an offering, not as a reward, but simply because it can. Because stillness doesn't have conditions. And so you are here, lying down, eyes closed, mind quieting like water after rain has stopped falling. No need to listen for the next thought. No fear of silence swallowing you whole. The dark is not empty. It's full of what isn't spoken, what wasn't demanded, what never had to be said. There is a softness in being forgotten by expectation, by duty, even by memory, not as loss, but as release. Like the moment after a door closes and no one remembers it was left open. You don't need to carry your past forward like luggage. You aren't responsible for its weight. It can stay behind, unclaimed, unnoticed, just another shape that passed through without leaving a mark. And you are not required to be any particular version of yourself tonight. Not the one who answers first, not the one who always shows up, not the one who makes things happen. Just here, in this breath, this moment, this dark where nothing needs to occur. The air doesn't ask for your name when it moves through you. The quiet doesn't demand that you define yourself in order to be allowed to exist. You are already enough, just as you are, not because of what you've done or how long you stayed awake, but simply by being present in this space where nothing needs to happen. And so the stillness continues, not as a goal, not as an achievement, but just as it is, without meaning, without purpose, without need. You don't have to hold on to anything tonight. No shape, no name, no role, no memory. Just this, breath in, breath out, and the dark holding you like a hand that knows not what it holds, but still keeps its grip open. You are lying now in a kind of slow unfurling, like something that has been folded too tightly for too long, finally beginning to remember how to unfold without hurry. The edges of your awareness aren't sharp anymore. They've softened at the margins, blurring gently into what surrounds you. The cool curve of the pillow beneath your head, the slight resistance of the blanket across your chest, the way air moves through the room like a quiet breath held too long and then slowly released. There's no demand here for attention to be sharp or clear. You are not being asked to hold anything up. The shape you once believed was essential, your place in things, your role as one who answers when called, who shows up even when weary, is beginning to lose its weight, not because it was wrong, but because it's no longer required tonight. It doesn't have to be carried forward like a lantern through dark paths. You can let it rest where it is, the space between thoughts, the pause after a word has been spoken and before another forms. You don't need to keep your hands open in readiness, not for the next duty, not for the next expectation. The door you once stood by remains closed, and that's all right. No one will come knocking because no one is waiting. And even if they were, it wouldn't matter. You're already here, in this body, in this dark, with nothing to prove about your arrival or your stay. There's a quiet in the room that doesn't need to be named. It isn't silence as absence. It's presence without demand, like dust settling on a shelf after years of stillness. Not because it was forgotten, but because there was no reason for motion. You notice how even the sound of your breath has slowed into something nearly invisible. Just a soft shift in air, barely stirring the surface of what is. Your thoughts don't need to be followed now. They can drift like leaves on water, turning slowly without needing to reach any shore. There's no urgency in their direction, no destination they must arrive at by morning. You are not responsible for where they go or how long they linger. Let them pass through as clouds do, moving across the sky of your mind and leaving behind only a trace of shadow before vanishing. There is room here, not because you've made it, but because it's always been there. Not carved out by effort, not earned through endurance. It was simply present all along, waiting for you to stop fighting its shape. You don't have to reshape yourself to fit it. You are already within it, this space where nothing needs to happen. You can rest without apology. No permission is needed from the past or future. The idea that you must be useful in order to belong here has dissolved, not with force, but with time. like a thread unraveled slowly, one knot at a time, until no trace remains. You are allowed to exist as a quiet shape, not a purpose, not a function, just a presence. Even the word you feels lighter now, less like an anchor and more like something that floats on water. It doesn't cling. It doesn't need to be defended or defined. It's simply what happens when breath meets stillness in this dark. No one else is calling it forward. No one has left a message for you to respond to. You don't have to answer anything anymore. Not the unasked questions. Not the ones that never really needed asking. The weight of should has quietly settled into the floorboards and become part of them, no longer rising up to press on your chest, but lying still beneath you, like old wood holding steady under a house. The night isn't rushing toward morning. It's not trying to finish anything. It simply is. And so can you. There's something in how the dark settles around you, not as an absence, but as a kind of fullness, a quiet that doesn't need filling. You are held by it without being trapped, not embraced like a promise, nor guarded like a secret, but simply received, as if the night has always known you were coming. You don't have to explain why you're here, or what you've been through. No one is listening for your reasons. The silence isn't waiting for you to speak so it can respond. It's not seeking meaning in your stillness. It already contains its own. Even the memories that once felt urgent, the moments where you thought you had to remember, had to carry them forward, have begun to loosen their grip. They aren't erased, but they no longer need to be defended or repeated. They can stay behind like footprints in sand, visible for a while before the tide comes and washes them away without sorrow. You don't have to decide what you are anymore. The labels you once wore, the names that fit your role at some point, have stopped echoing inside your skull. They no longer ring out with significance. They've become just sounds, like distant voices on a street long after the people have passed. There's ease in not knowing. Not in the sense of ignorance, but in the way still water holds nothing, yet reflects everything perfectly anyway. You don't need to know what will come next, because there is no demand that you do. The future doesn't reach back into this moment and pull it forward. It stays where it is, unwritten, unclaimed. You are not responsible for how things turn out, not even your own turning. The path isn't something you must choose or walk with certainty. You're simply here, breathing in the dark, letting time pass without measuring it. The air moves through you like a quiet passage between two still rooms. No one waiting on either side. Just flow. No arrival expected. No departure needed. You don't have to be anything now except this. The soft weight of your body on the bed, the slow rise and fall beneath the blanket, the way your breath slows into silence, not because it stops, but because it doesn't need to announce itself anymore. There's no performance in stillness. It isn't a posture you adopt for someone else. You aren't being watched or judged by any hidden eye. The dark doesn't care if you're doing it right. It only holds what is given, no more, no less. You don't have to be whole tonight, not even close. There's room in this space for brokenness too, not as something to fix, but as part of the shape of your being. A crack through which light once came, now just a quiet line in the wall where nothing needs to happen. Even your thoughts about not needing anything, those don't need to be true or false. They're simply passing through, like wind over stone, not leaving marks, not demanding response, just moving on. You are not being asked to carry this moment into tomorrow. It doesn't have to matter in the way things usually do. You aren't required to hold it after you let go. The night isn't asking for your loyalty. It's simply allowing you to be here as you are, without demand, without condition, without need of proof. You don't need to remember what you came from or where you're going. There is no map that must be followed, no destination that needs reaching. You are already at the center of it all, not by effort, not by arrival, but simply because you're here, breathing in this dark, letting the stillness settle deeper into your bones. There's a kind of peace in being forgotten by time, by expectation, even by yourself. Not as loss, but as release. As if something inside has finally stopped fighting to be seen. You don't have to explain why you're quiet. You don't need to justify your stillness. No one is asking for the reason behind your absence from motion. The dark holds everything. Your past, your weight, your name, your shape. Not as a burden, but as something that has simply passed through and left no mark except its passage. You are not defined by what you've done or who you were supposed to be. You're only known now in this moment. The soft touch of breath on the skin, the way gravity holds you down without demanding anything back. Even your idea of being a person, of having an identity made of choices and habits and stories, is beginning to feel like something that happened elsewhere, at another time, under different light. You are beginning to notice how much space there is around your thoughts, how they float, like dust motes caught in a slow beam of light that never quite reaches the floor. Not trapped. Just moving through air you didn't know was thick enough to hold them. You don't need to name what's passing or trace its path back to where it came from. It arrives and leaves as quietly as breath between two still moments. There is no ledger of meaning written in your silence. Only the quiet act of being present without having to perform presence. The shape you once believed was yours, the one that carried weight like a name etched into stone, is loosening at its edges, not because it's been forgotten, but simply because there's nothing left for it to do. It doesn't crumble. It dissolves slowly, like salt in water where no one is watching the bowl. No urgency, no need to preserve form or prove continuity. You don't have to protect this moment from becoming something else, because even that thought about protection is already passing through your mind without leaving a trace of pressure behind. Not every idea needs to stay lodged inside for its own sake. Some come not to be held, but simply to pass by, like the shadow of a cloud across open ground. And now you are aware, not in effort, not with intention, of how little it costs to let go. The air feels softer here than before, as if gravity has changed just slightly and no longer pulls so hard on your shoulders. You don't have to carry anything forward into the next breath, because there's nowhere urgent for this moment to be. The ceiling above you is not a boundary. It doesn't mark where thought should end or behavior must begin. It simply exists, flat, quiet, uninvolved, as if all that matters has already passed through and left nothing behind except its absence. You are no longer trying to fit yourself into the shape of what was expected, not even in memory. The old frame, the one made from obligation and expectation, is not broken. It's just empty now. And emptiness is not failure. It's simply room where something new might unfold without being asked for permission. Your hands lie still on your chest, fingers resting with no purpose beyond their own weight. No need to do anything useful or meaningful. Just exist in this position, held by the bed beneath you, and held steady by time that doesn't demand a response from you. There is nothing wrong with not knowing what comes next, not even if it feels strange to be without direction, like walking through fog where no path has been laid down for weeks. You are allowed to walk slowly in this place of soft uncertainty, where each step isn't measured by arrival, but simply acknowledged as happening, one breath after another. Even your body's quiet hum, the slow pulse beneath the skin, is not a signal that something needs fixing or explaining. It is only life continuing without needing approval from any version of you who once believed in being useful all the time. You don't have to be efficient tonight. No output required. The fact of motion doesn't require purpose. You are beginning to sense how much space there is between thoughts, not just silence, but a kind of soft fullness where nothing needs to happen and still everything remains intact. The pillow beneath your head isn't supporting you. It's receiving you as gently as earth receives rain that falls without calling attention. It doesn't expect gratitude or return, just presence in the moment when it lands. You are not required to be a certain kind of person at this hour. No role, no performance, no need for continuity across days. You can simply rest here with all your unfinished things still lying inside you, like letters never sent. Not lost. Only delayed, not because they'll disappear, but because the right time hasn't arrived. And it's okay that there is no urgency about when it might arrive, because even waiting doesn't have to feel heavy if nothing depends on its outcome. The room holds your silence without needing anything from you in return. It simply allows what exists. It isn't watching, judging, measuring how long the quiet lasts, or whether it's productive. The walls don't care about depth of feeling. They only know that stillness has a shape too. Soft edges and slow contours. You notice now how your awareness spreads not outward like waves, but inward like roots. That you are becoming aware less by searching than by allowing. Not fixing, just noticing. The way warmth pools at the base of your spine when no effort is made to generate it. How air moves through your nose without needing a reason beyond simply being allowed. There's something quiet about not having an answer, about letting thoughts rise and fall like tides that don't need names. You are learning slowly that you don't have to know what this moment means in order for it to be true. Even the idea of meaning itself is beginning to feel light, as if once a heavy stone carried on your back now floats just above water's surface, barely touching, but still present enough not to vanish completely. And yet, even floating doesn't require effort. It only requires being where you are. You don't need to convince anyone, nor yourself, that this moment matters, because it already does in the way that breath does, quietly, constantly, without fanfare or demand. Your thoughts drift now like leaves on a stream, not rushing anywhere, but simply following what's beneath, the slow pull of unseen current, not heading toward anything specific, not even away from where you are. Just moving with no need to arrive at any conclusion about why they're there in the first place. And so it becomes possible, just barely, to believe that being still doesn't mean nothing is happening, but rather that something deeper than action has taken over. A kind of quiet presence, not built on doing or becoming, but simply existing as you are. Not perfect, not complete, just here. The blanket covers your legs now, with no particular purpose other than to be warm and soft. Its weight gentle enough not to burden the body, but just right for holding stillness close. There's a difference between being occupied by thought and allowing space around it, not as emptiness, but as openness. You are beginning to feel how much of what you've taken for granted, the pressure to produce something from your thoughts, is really only noise built up over time, like dust on window panes. No one ever cleaned. But tonight, no cleaning required. You're not expected to clear the air or make sense of it all. No record needs rewriting, and nothing must be remembered with precision. The past doesn't need a final verdict from you. It just is what happened when something else was happening too. And now that your mind has stopped trying so hard, there's space for things like stillness to grow without being asked about their purpose first. You don't have to decide whether this night will be remembered or not. You are simply allowing the dark to settle around you, and in doing so, letting yourself sink into a kind of rest that doesn't require permission from anyone, not even your own past self, who once thought duty was synonymous with being alive. There's no need for certainty anymore, only acceptance of this breath, this moment, these sensations as they arrive without demand. They don't ask to be fixed or understood. They simply pass through the field where you are lying now. Even desire has slowed down, not disappeared, but softened into something quieter than wanting. A quiet knowing that not every feeling needs expression just because it appears. And so you lie here, neither resisting nor embracing, neither clinging nor fleeing, just allowing your body to be what it is beneath layers of time and expectation, a shape made less by effort than simply being allowed. The air moves through the room like something almost felt more than heard, the kind of movement that doesn't disturb but only reminds. You are not alone in this stillness, though no one else is present. Not even a presence needed to make it real. You don't have to be anything other than what you already are. This slow unfolding with nowhere urgent to go and nothing essential left uncompleted except the act of being here at all, which doesn't need completion either. Because existence isn't something that ends when meaning fails. It simply continues, like a river flowing past land it has long forgotten. You are beginning to notice how much of what you've carried, the shape of your days, the weight of expectations that once felt like breath, has always been held not by necessity, but by habit. It's not that you forgot what it meant to be free. Rather, you mistook repetition for truth and routine for belonging. The way a shadow lingers after light leaves is not proof of presence. It's only the memory of where something once was. And so this quiet now is not empty because nothing remains, but full precisely because it no longer needs filling. The wall beside you does not speak, yet its surface holds warmth from earlier hours, a slow residue left behind by bodies that passed through here before you. It doesn't ask to be known or remembered, only to remain as it is, unchanging in the way only stone can be, though even stone breathes if you wait long enough. You lie still, not because your thoughts have vanished, but because they no longer demand a reply. They come like mist, rising from damp earth, visible for an instant, then gone without trace. You are learning how to let something exist without needing it to mean anything. How the sound of air shifting near the ceiling fan isn't an omen or signal, just air passing through space, moving where it will, with no goal other than movement itself. It does not announce its passage, nor does it apologize for being here. And so you begin to feel that perhaps you are allowed the same, to be present without justification, to take up space without permission. There is a warmth pooling beneath your ribs now. Not fire, not anxiety, but something slower and deeper than either. A kind of soft gravity in the chest, where old tensions once lived, like tenants who refused to leave. It's not joy, nor relief, though it shares their stillness. It is simply not resisting. Like water accepting its own shape when poured into any vessel, you are beginning to understand that being held by nothing doesn't mean being unheld at all. The clock on the far wall has stopped working long ago. It once kept time in a language no one uses anymore, and yet it remains upright, ticking not forward but backward, through silence. You don't need it to tell you how late it is, because your body already knows. This kind of stillness doesn't measure itself by hours or minutes. It measures itself only in the thickness of breath, in the way a thought settles into memory without leaving footprints. You are no longer trying to carry anything tonight, not even the idea of carrying. There's an ease now that comes not from fixing, but from releasing. Like letting go of a rope you didn't know was tied around your wrist until it loosened on its own. And when it did, nothing fell, nothing broke. Only space opened. The blanket continues to cover your legs, as if remembering its purpose, not because it has to be useful, but because it simply is warm and soft in a way that doesn't need explanation. It does not ask why you are lying here or what you've done today. It does not compare itself to other blankets or wish for a different texture. It only holds quietly, without expectation. There's a quiet rhythm now between your ribs and the air above them. The slow rise, the gentle fall, like waves returning to a shore that no longer demands they arrive with force. They come softly because they are allowed to be soft. You notice how little noise it takes for breath to feel significant when nothing else is demanding attention. Even silence has texture now, not flat or blank, but layered like dust on an old book, each grain holding the memory of light that once passed through. It is an empty space. It's full of absence shaped by time, and in its fullness, there is peace. Not because something was solved, but because nothing needed to be. You are not becoming someone new. You never were anyone fixed to begin with. You are simply a sequence of moments passing through the same body that has held you through so many nights like this one. Ordinary, unremarkable. yet infinitely precise in its belonging. The way your fingers rest beside your thigh is not accidental. It's only what happens when hands stop searching for something to grip. And if you think about duty, about the shape it once made in your chest, the way it pulled at your shoulders, like a line from a sailboat tugging against wind, you can now see how that form was never carved into stone. It was drawn with ink that faded over time, blurred by rain and breath and forgetfulness. And now that you are lying here, no longer trying to uphold its outline, the shape begins to dissolve, not because it failed, but because it no longer has any reason to remain. There is a difference between honoring something out of obligation and allowing it to fade simply because it no longer holds weight. You don't owe anything to your past self who believed this was all there was, nor do you owe an apology for letting go. The fact that you are here at all, breathing softly beneath the dark, is enough. No one sees you now, not even yourself in any defined way. Only a presence shaped by stillness and air, and the slow passing of hours without purpose. You don't have to prove your existence through action or performance. You don't need to be remembered. There's no monument needed for what has already happened, nor record kept for what hasn't yet. The mind is not a machine that must run to stay alive, only a field where thoughts appear like birds on wires, brief, passing, never meant to nest. And you are learning how to watch them go, without chasing after one, to make sense of the others. You feel less like someone who needs to be something than a place where things can happen without demand. The way sunlight used to break through trees in spring, no longer remembered but still felt in the marrow when cold comes. The same kind of quiet inheritance lives now inside you, not as memory, but as presence. Even your thoughts about thoughts have slowed, not because they're gone, but because they no longer need names or titles. They move like small animals through underbrush. You see their shape for a second, then hear nothing again. And that's enough. The air in the room is thick with silence, not as absence, but as substance, like honey just beginning to form, slow and rich without haste. It doesn't rush toward sweetness. It simply becomes what it was always meant to be, something you can rest inside. You are not responsible for all the things that have happened, nor for how they shaped your hands or voice or posture. You're only responsible for this breath, this weight on your limbs, this dark pressing gently against your eyelids, like a hand that knows better than to shake. And so you let it be, this softening, not as victory, not as surrender, but simply as the natural way things go when they are no longer fought. You don't have to protect yourself from what might come next. There's nothing left to defend, and no one waiting to judge whether you've earned rest. The night continues on its own, unaware of your stillness, unbothered by your presence. It does not care if you're awake or asleep, thinking or quiet. It simply is, unfolding as it always has, quietly, without need for witnesses. And in that, you begin to feel less like a person and more like something older, something continuous with the dark itself, with air moving through walls, with roots deep beneath soil, with stars far beyond sight. You are not separate from any of this. You're only one part of its long, quiet breathing, one moment in a story that doesn't need you to explain it. Even your heartbeat slows, not because you tell it to, but because there's no longer anything urgent for it to carry. It moves like a river, deciding to stop rushing and instead become still water, reflecting the sky above. You don't have to be what you were. You don't even have to be who you thought you might become. All that is required is this: that you are here, beneath the blanket, in the dark, with no demand other than being exactly where you already are. You are beginning to notice how little space your name takes up in the dark now. Not gone, just softer. The way a shadow shrinks when light finds its edge, not to erase it, but to let it rest within something larger than itself. You don't have to carry the weight of what was named or what once seemed necessary to prove. There is no performance required for presence. No proof that you were ever meant to be held in a certain shape. No one standing outside your skin asking if you've met the measure. The body doesn't ask questions about its own purpose. It simply breathes through the quiet hours, settles into the contours of what is already true. You are not required to fix anything tonight, not even yourself. Not every thought must be answered with another. Some just arrive like dust, settling after a long stillness in an empty room. They drift down and stay where they land without needing to be moved. The idea that you were built for something fixed, essential, final, is loosening. Like rope worn thin by time and water, it no longer holds the way it once did. And so you are not what was promised. You are not what was expected. You are only this: a slow unfolding in darkness where nothing must be earned, nothing claimed, nothing defended. You don't need to remember your reasons anymore. Not because they're lost, but because they no longer matter. The moment they mattered is already behind you, like a closed door. And doors don't keep their meaning once the person who passed through has gone on. There's only what happens now. This warmth beneath the blanket, the way air moves just beyond your ear when you stop listening for it. There was a time when you believed duty meant standing in one place until exhaustion came to claim you. But tonight, that belief feels like an old coat left out too long, too heavy for the season, too stiff with memory. It doesn't fit anymore. Not because you've failed to wear it properly, but because the world has changed, and so have you. You are not a structure holding itself together. You're not even a story still needing its ending. You're something that simply continues, like a river, flowing without knowing why or where. The water doesn't ask if it's fulfilling its purpose. It only flows, carrying what comes with it, leaving nothing behind except the trace of movement. And you are learning to let go, not by removing yourself from the world, but by stopping your insistence on being someone in particular. No longer must you be the one who carries things, or speaks first, or answers every silence. There's no need for a role that never quite fits. You don't have to explain what you've been through. No one is asking. The weight of having once believed in something so strongly, so completely, is not gone. But it has changed shape. It is less like armor and more like soil, compacted, layered with time, but still capable of supporting growth without being used as a foundation for anything new. There's no urgency to be finished with the past, no need to gather its pieces into some final form. The past isn't calling you back. It has already moved on, and so must you. Not by running, not by forgetting, but simply by letting it stay where it is, in the quiet corner of memory that doesn't demand attention. You don't have to be what they said you'd become. You don't need permission to be less than expected. The idea that you were meant for more responsibility, more depth, more visibility, is no longer a command. It's just another thought passing through the mind, like wind across still water. There is room now, not only for silence, but for being without meaning, not in emptiness, but in fullness, where the absence of purpose isn't failure, but freedom. The mind doesn't have to be productive every second. You don't need to prove that you're alive by doing something today. Even your thoughts about what matters are slowing down, not because they've stopped, but because they no longer demand a reply. Like footsteps in snow, they leave marks for only so long before the wind comes and smooths them away. And there's no reason to care which path was taken, only that you're still walking. You don't have to be certain of anything, not even this breath. You can simply let it happen. Inhale not as a choice, but as something already in motion. The air doesn't ask if you want it. It just arrives and fills the space between your ribs, like an old friend returning without warning. And when doubt comes, not as a demand, but as a quiet passing through, it doesn't need to be named or answered. You can feel its shadow pass over you like cloud across moonlight. Brief, cool, then gone. No need to hold on to it. No reason to let it stay. There's no one watching your face for signs of struggle. No one waiting to see if you're still holding on. The dark doesn't care how many times you've failed or succeeded. It simply holds all things, light and shadow, memory and forgetting, in the same deep silence. You don't have to be someone who can carry everything anymore. You are only allowed to be here, in this moment, with your eyes closed, your hands resting on your chest, your breath moving without effort. There's no performance, no standard to meet, only presence, unearned, unclaimed, already complete. The mind doesn't need to be useful to be valuable. Not every thought has to serve a purpose. Some are only passing through the room of awareness like birds at twilight, brief, fleeting, beautiful in their leaving. And you are not required to know where they go. You don't have to follow them. They'll find their own way out, just as all things do. Even your deepest hesitations, your old anxieties, they're not stuck. They're only waiting for the moment when no one is holding on to them anymore. It's not that you've forgotten what it meant to be responsible. Only that responsibility isn't a condition of being alive anymore. You are allowed to rest from wanting to prove yourself, from needing to matter in someone else's eyes, from trying so hard to stay upright under the weight of expectation. There's no need to honor anything that doesn't belong to you. No obligation to defend something that was never yours to begin with. The idea that duty wants to find you, well, it did. But now, like a name written in sand, it has been washed away by time and tide. You don't have to answer for who you were before the quiet took hold. You don't need to explain why something no longer matters. No one is asking. The world doesn't keep track of every soul's transformation. It simply moves forward, unaware, unbothered, carrying all things equally in its slow turn. And so you can stop trying to be the person who was supposed to carry it all. You don't have to be that anymore. You're not required to stand at a gate where no one is waiting. There's no reason to keep guarding something that has already passed through. You are allowed now to be nothing more than what you are. A quiet presence in the dark, breathing without purpose, resting without guilt, being without demand. Not because you've earned it, but because you are here. And that is enough. No monument needed, no record kept. The fact that you exist, this breath, this weight, this stillness is already enough. You are not a task to be completed. You are not an obligation to fulfill. You are only a happening, one moment in the long quiet of being, like a leaf drifting down through air, no longer needing to belong anywhere. The mind doesn't have to know what comes next. It's okay if it doesn't. There's room for uncertainty, more than enough. The dark holds all things without knowing their names, and you are part of that holding now. Not as an owner, not as a witness, but simply as one thing among many, moving through the night with no need to explain. There is peace in not needing to be known, in being allowed to dissolve into what already exists. No longer must you carve your name into anything. You are only here, softly, quietly, without demand, and that is more than enough. You are not a vessel that must remain full, nor a weight that must keep pressing down on its own shadow. The shape you once believed was your duty, solid, upright, necessary, is no longer required to be carved into the air around you. It doesn't need to stand in place like stone when the wind has already passed through it. You don't have to carry what is already gone, not even a whisper of it needs to be kept alive inside you now. There is no law written anywhere that says you must preserve the memory of being someone who could not rest. The silence between your breaths holds more than sound. It holds release. It allows things to fall away without needing to explain their departure. You don't have to watch them go. You're not responsible for where they land, or whether they are missed at all. The past doesn't live in you anymore. Only echoes of it may pass through like dust stirred by slow air. But that is only motion, not ownership. You can let the weight of expectation settle into its own stillness, the kind that comes when nothing more is asked of you. No one stands at a gate waiting for your arrival. No voice calls out to confirm your presence. No record checks whether you've kept faith with what was once believed true. The world doesn't keep track of who stops carrying or how quietly someone lets go. There's space in the dark that does not demand meaning. It simply is, unclaimed, unmarked. And within it, you are allowed to be incomplete. Not broken, not failing, just unmade of the story you used to believe defined you. You don't have to prove that this stillness isn't fear. That absence isn't loss. There's no need to defend a life unlived or one quietly shifted. The idea of duty once gave shape to your body, the way you stood, how you held yourself in rooms full of people who didn't know what you were holding. But now, without the weight, your shoulders can settle naturally into their own line. Not because they've been released from burden, but simply because there is no longer a need for them to carry anything. You are not being asked to be anyone's answer anymore. You don't have to show up with purpose or justification. The fact that you're here, eyes closed, breath soft, hands still, is all the reason needed. Not even your name needs to matter tonight. No one is listening. No account must be kept. There was a time when every movement carried the weight of being seen. But now, in this room where air moves like slow water, that need has passed through you and left no trace behind. You are not required to make sense to yourself anymore. Not even your own thoughts have to make sense. Some may arrive without reason, others linger with no exit. That's all right. They don't belong to you. They're only passing through. The mind doesn't need a job in order to be allowed its quiet. It can simply observe. It can wait. It can forget. There is not one thing it must do, only that it remain open, like a door left slightly ajar for the night breeze. And even if nothing comes through, even if only silence settles into the space between thoughts, that too is enough. You are not responsible for keeping things from fading, not for holding memories in their fullness. You don't have to preserve the moment when you believed you had to be strong for others. That was a moment, only one breath among many, and it has already passed. Like any other, there's no failure in letting go of an old role, no shame in not answering the call that never really came. The body doesn't need to remember how to stand for someone else's sake. It only needs to know how to rest when it is tired. The dark isn't waiting for you to be someone. It's not judging your stillness or measuring your worth by what you've done, said, or failed to do. You are simply allowed, without demand, to exist in the shape of a breath, in the space between two thoughts, in the quiet where nothing has to mean anything. You don't have to be useful tonight, not even meaningful, just present, and that is more than sufficient. The mind can wander through rooms it no longer needs to enter. It doesn't need permission to forget what once felt essential. You don't have to protect the idea of who you were from slipping away. In fact, you're not meant to keep anything whole, only to let things be as they are. You are only allowed to stay where you are. No further journey required, no destination to reach. The path ends here, not because it has been completed, but because nothing else needs to happen. The air in the room is thick with stillness, not emptiness. It holds all that might have been. without needing them to remain. You don't need to be anything now except what you are, a shape moving through darkness without purpose, without claim. Even your thoughts can stop trying to prove themselves. They don't need to matter in order to exist. Some may drift by like leaves, caught in the turning of wind, not seeking an end, not needing to land, but simply passing through their own moment of motion. And you are not a container for them. You're not even a witness. You're only one presence among many, unnoticed, unnamed, and that is how it should be. There's no need to guard what was once believed true. No obligation to keep the door open for someone who isn't coming back. The past doesn't live in you. It lives in time, and time moves forward without needing your permission. You don't have to carry its weight anymore, not even a memory of it. You're not required to remember how heavy responsibility once felt, or how much effort was spent trying to be what someone else needed. The body can finally unlearn the habit of standing ready. The hands no longer need to clutch at anything. They don't have to hold on because they fear losing something that has already slipped through their fingers long ago. You're not being asked to do more than simply lie here, to breathe without effort, to be quiet in a way that isn't forced or performed. You don't have to be good at stillness. It's okay if you aren't. The dark doesn't care how well you manage it, only that you are here. There is no test of whether you've earned the right to rest. No exam on your ability to let go. There's only this: the soft weight of the blanket, the cool air against skin, the faint hum of quiet in the walls, the way each breath seems to grow slower and deeper, with no effort at all. You don't have to be anything beyond that. Not even a person who can survive without needing to prove something. Just here. Just now. Just breathing. The world doesn't ask you to keep standing when there's nothing left to stand for. It doesn't care how much you once believed in duty, or how long you held the line. All it asks is that you allow yourself to stop holding on, and so, gently, you do. You are not required to answer what has already passed through you like a shadow across stone. The weight that settled on your shoulders was never yours to carry. It was only borrowed from a moment long since gone. And now the air holds no demand for its return. There is nothing left in the silence but the way light once touched the edge of a table, and how the dust still settles where it fell, slow and unbothered. You don't have to remember why you stood there so long, or what you were waiting for. The shape of that weight has already faded into the grain of time itself. The mind, when left alone, doesn't rush to fill a space. It simply rests in its own quiet capacity. It does not need to name the ache, nor call it by any old name. You are not asked to mourn what no longer calls you forward, not even to acknowledge that something once held your attention as if it were fate. The hand that reached for meaning has long since released. The fingers now lie open, not in surrender, but in release. There is a stillness here that does not demand understanding. It simply is. And within it, the body learns again how to be without performance. Not even breathing needs to feel like effort. Just as gravity doesn't ask for thanks when it holds you down. You are held by something older than intention. The quiet rhythm of things returning to themselves. What once felt necessary now feels merely remembered. A door that used to matter is no longer a threshold. It's just wood and paint, worn smooth at the edges from years of being opened and closed in expectation. The lock doesn't care if it remains engaged or not. It does not mourn what passes through its frame. There are footsteps still, faint ones, echoing down hallways that no longer lead to a purpose. But they don't belong to you anymore. You are not the one who must respond when something knocks. Nor are you expected to stand in readiness, even if the knock comes again tomorrow. No one is waiting for your answer. Not from memory, not from hope, not from fear. The silence after each sound has its own weight, a kind that does not ask anything of you. Even your thoughts can cease their search. They don't need a reason to stop moving through you. There's no penalty in drifting without aim. You are allowed to let the current carry what once felt like duty, like obligation, like identity, down into deeper water where it dissolves quietly, without protest. No one needs to watch it sink. The hours pass, not as events, but as slow breaths between stillnesses. The room does not mark time with clocks or light changes. It measures only the soft passage of air across skin, the way heat rises from blankets and settles into your bones like something long forgotten, yet familiar. You don't have to know where you are, not even which side of sleep this is. There's a kind of peace that comes not from fixing, but from letting be. That comes when you stop trying to define what has already slipped through definition. The self isn't a thing to preserve. It's more like weather, shifting, passing over the same ground again and again, without ever claiming it as its own. You are not the storm, nor the calm after, just the space where both can move through. And so you lie, not in waiting, but in being, not in preparation, but in arrival. No longer someone who must prove they still exist, or how much they've endured. Just a presence that does not require justification. Not to yourself, not to anything outside of this moment. Your thoughts drift like old paper caught in water. No direction, no urgency, just movement, shaped by currents you do not control and never needed to name. One flutters near the edge of your awareness, then fades into the dark without a sound. It doesn't need to be answered. It didn't come asking for anything. There is a quiet between one breath and the next, the kind that feels like no time at all. It holds everything. In it, you are not responsible for holding on or letting go. You don't have to choose. There's only the space where choosing was once necessary. But now, even that need has softened into stillness. You don't have to be strong enough to carry what is gone. Not brave enough to face what no longer returns. Not faithful enough to honor a silence that does not speak back. You are simply allowed, without demand, to rest in the way the earth rests beneath roots, without effort, without expectation, without memory of having ever been asked. The idea of duty was once tied to posture, how you held your head, how straight your spine, how long you stood when others looked away. But now there is no audience, no one watching whether you remain upright or not. And so the shoulders drop, not from defeat, but from release. The weight wasn't in them all along. It was only thought to be. Even your name doesn't need to echo here anymore. Not even the sound of it, soft as a whisper against pillow, is required to be true. You are not defined by what others once said you were, nor by what you believed you had to become. You're just this: breath, sensation, space, a presence that exists in its own quiet continuity. There is no need to return anything to the world. No obligation to give meaning where there was none to begin with. The past isn't yours to reframe or redeem. It simply is. Like a film left running on an old projector, slowly fading into darkness without anyone needing to turn it off. You are not asked to protect your story, nor to keep the door open for someone who hasn't come in decades. There's no need to defend what has already changed shape in time. No one waits at the threshold of your memory, not even you. The mind, when freed from duty, doesn't rush into noise. It sinks deeper into silence, and in that depth, it finds something older than purpose. Just being, just lying here, with no mission, no reason, no identity to perform, only breath, only dark, only the slow turn of air through stillness. And you, now, you are not even a witness. You're not watching yourself fall asleep or judging whether you're doing it right. There's only this: the way warmth pools in your chest when you exhale, and how the edge of the blanket presses softly against your ankle, like something offering quiet support. No one is waiting for you to wake up. Not even the next morning. No one needs you to remember what was once important. The world doesn't depend on whether you still carry that weight or if you finally laid it down in some forgotten corner of time. You don't have to be anything beyond this quiet presence, this soft shape in the dark. You are not being asked to earn rest, not even to deserve it. It is simply given, without condition, without measure, like air, like gravity, like stillness itself. The thoughts that remain now are not demands. They're just passing through, like clouds across a sky that doesn't care about their shape or color. You don't have to understand them, not even to name them. They drift by without needing your attention because they've already moved on. There's no need to hold anything together anymore. No one is watching the seams of your being. The self isn't fragile. It's not something that must be kept whole. It's just a momentary gathering of breath, sensation, and quiet. The kind that doesn't last forever, but also doesn't need to. You are allowed, without demand, to simply dissolve into what remains. The softness under the pillow, the weight of the blanket, the way your limbs feel longer now than they have in years, as if time has finally unknotted them from tension. The night does not ask you to be anything. It only asks that you stay where you are, because there's nothing else for you to do. And when even that feeling begins to fade, it is already enough. You notice how the dark is not empty, but full of what has always been here, waiting to be felt rather than named. Not a void, but a depth that holds you without asking anything in return. The kind of quiet that doesn't demand your attention, only your presence. And so you stay, not because you must, but because staying is no longer effort. It's the natural resting place of breath, like water finding its level after being stirred. The shape you once thought defined you, what you believed had to be carried forward, is not gone exactly, but it has changed form, not erased, not failed, just unbound, like a rope that was taut for so long, then slowly let go of itself in the wind. No sound when it loosens, only stillness where tension used to live. You don't have to carry what no longer holds you, because holding it was never the point. The act of carrying had become its own kind of burden, not because the thing mattered so much, but because your attention kept returning to it like a habit. The mind is learning something slow, that absence can be as real as presence, that the space where duty once stood isn't empty, it's just free now, free from being filled with meaning or obligation. You don't have to make up for what you no longer are, nor defend the version of yourself that no longer fits. like a coat worn too long. The way your body has relaxed, how the muscles along your spine let go one by one, not all at once, but in waves, isn't surrender. It's arrival. You don't have to prove anything now, not even to yourself. No need to explain why you've stopped reaching toward a role that no longer called to you. The silence between thoughts isn't failure. It's completion. Like the pause after the last note of a song, when the air still hums with what it just held. There is nothing here that requires your effort to sustain, not even awareness itself. You are allowed to be unaware, to let the edges blur without trying to fix them. The boundary between wakefulness and sleep isn't sharp. It's soft, like cloth worn thin from use. And in this fabric of half light, there is no need to draw lines or keep score. You're not required to remember what you once thought mattered. Not even a single name. Not the words spoken on a stage that now feels distant, as if it happened in another life, another body. You don't have to recall the weight of every decision made under pressure. There's no need to retrace steps where you believed you had to be someone else's expectation. The self is not something fixed beneath layers of performance. It's not a statue carved from past choices. It's more like water passing through stone, shaping what it touches without leaving an imprint behind. You are the path, not the destination. And paths don't need names. They just exist, where they go and where they've been. You don't have to be coherent anymore. Not even to yourself. The mind no longer needs to hold a story together. It can let it drift like leaves on a stream, moving without direction or purpose. No one is watching. No one will judge the shape of your thoughts as they scatter. There's no audience for this quiet unraveling. The body remembers more than the mind ever could. Its own kind of wisdom. Not in words, but in release. In how the hips soften when you stop resisting them. How the jaw unclenches not because you told it to, but because there was nothing left to hold against. The way your fingers spread slightly on the sheet, not in seeking, just letting. There's no need for resolution, not even closure. What remains is already enough. The feeling of being held by something older than intention, older than effort. The quiet that doesn't come from silence, but from not needing to speak. The night isn't asking you to be anything other than what you are right now. A breath in the dark, a warmth beneath the covers, a stillness that moves only as air does, not by choice, but by its own nature. You don't have to earn this rest, not even with your attention. You're not being tested on whether you're good enough for it. The darkness doesn't keep records. It doesn't remember what you failed or succeeded at. It simply is. Like the way gravity holds you without asking if you deserve it. And so you don't have to be anything. Not even a person trying to fall asleep. Just this, a gathering of air, sensation, and shadow. No story attached, no role in progress, no future expectation pressing down on your chest. There's no need for purpose now, just being. The way the blanket rests over your legs isn't an act of care, but its own quiet continuation. It doesn't ask anything of you, just lies there, warm and soft, like a secret held between two parts of night. You don't have to make sense of what's passing through you, not even if it feels heavy or strange. You're not responsible for the shape of your thoughts when they come uninvited. They drift in and out as easily as dust motes caught in a sliver of light. No need to catch them. No need to let them go. There's no one waiting at the edge of memory with a question or a demand. No voice from years ago calling you back to duty. The past doesn't ring bells anymore. It just settles, like ash after fire has cooled. You're not required to protect your history, not even to keep it safe. It can be quiet now, like an old book left open on a table with no one coming to read it. The idea of being needed has faded, not because you weren't once, but because need doesn't define what remains when the moment passes. You're not asked to carry anything into tomorrow, not even your name, not even your breath. There's no contract written in blood or memory that says you must wake up with a purpose. The world will continue without your permission, without your effort, without your story being told. And still, it goes on. Not because of you, but despite you. And that is enough. There is only this. The slow turn of air through the room, the way the ceiling feels far away, even though you can't see it. The faint pressure behind your eyes, soft, not painful, as if the mind is finally learning how to rest without pretending it's doing something important. You don't have to be present for yourself anymore. Not in the way that means effort or attention. Just being here is enough, even if you don't know what you are, even if there's no name for this feeling. The quiet isn't empty. It's full of all the things that never needed words. The kind of stillness that doesn't demand to be understood, only experienced, felt in the body, not thought through. You're allowed to forget who you were supposed to become, not even a little bit. No guilt for letting go, no shame for no longer standing where duty once stood. The shape has changed, and it was never meant to stay fixed anyway. There is no need to return anything, no debt owed, no account to settle. You're not asked to answer for what you've left behind, or even for why you stopped walking that path. You don't have to justify your rest, not even in silence. The dark doesn't care if you understand it. It just holds you, without condition, like a room that was built only for stillness, and so, without needing to be anything, You are already here, already enough, already quiet. You are not a vessel carrying forward what was once called necessary. Not even now, when the weight still lingers like the aftertaste of something long finished. The quiet isn't silence because you've emptied yourself, but because nothing in this dark is asking to be filled. Your breath moves through your body without being summoned, just as the air shifts at the edge of night, drifting not toward any purpose, but simply existing where it's found. It doesn't know what it's supposed to do, and neither do you. There's a stillness that isn't waiting for permission, just lying open like a window left ajar in late autumn, letting in cold air and birdsong without needing them to stay. You don't have to keep the space warm or tidy. There is no duty to maintain this moment as meaningful, only to notice its shape, soft at the edges, slightly uneven, but whole in how it holds you. The mind has not stopped thinking. Of course it hasn't. But it's learned that thoughts needn't be followed like footprints through snow. They come and go without a trail left behind. Not even a whisper of direction. One idea passes through like wind across stone. No mark, just the feeling of being brushed by something unseen. And you don't have to turn your face toward it. There is no one who remembers what you were supposed to be at this hour, in this place. The world doesn't call for a version of you that once walked with purpose, etched into every step. No voice from the hallway asks whether you've done enough. Even memory has grown weary. It no longer echoes with urgency. It rests like old paper left under a bench, yellowed, but unclaimed. You are not required to answer anything. Not even the questions your body still carries in its joints. The slow ache behind the shoulder. The way one side of your neck holds tension, as if it hasn't learned how to let go. These sensations don't need names or explanations. They exist like shadows cast by a lamp that's been turned off. Present but not demanding attention. There is no account being kept, no ledger where every choice was tallied and weighed. The past isn't waiting to be reviewed, nor does it demand to be honored. It simply is, a sequence of moments that have already moved on, like leaves sinking into a stream without resistance. You don't have to preserve what they were for you. You're not asked to protect the idea of yourself from fading, not even slightly. There is no rule saying you must hold on to who you believed you needed to become. The shape didn't disappear. It softened, like wax left in sunlight. It changed form without breaking. There's a warmth beneath your ribs that isn't effort. It doesn't mean anything. It just is. Like the way a stone in the river remembers water even when it's dry on top, or how moss grows quietly between cracks in pavement. without needing to be seen, without wanting to be called beautiful. You don't have to earn stillness by proving you've done enough. You're not being tested for worthiness or loyalty. The night doesn't care about your credentials. It only holds you as it does everything else, gently, without demand. The idea of duty was never yours to carry. It belonged to a story someone told you when the world felt smaller, when every choice had a consequence written in red ink. But that version of time has passed. The urgency doesn't return. The fear hasn't come back with its usual knock. You are not responsible for how things turned out, or what was left behind. You're not even required to understand why you stopped walking forward when the path no longer felt like your own. There is no obligation to explain yourself to anyone, even if that voice still whispers in the quiet corners of memory. The body knows how to rest without needing a reason. It doesn't ask for approval before it sinks into softness. Your spine releases not because you told it to, but because it has learned. After years of carrying, pushing, holding, that letting go is also a kind of staying. There's no need to define what this moment means. The dark isn't asking for meaning. It doesn't care about your purpose or your history. It simply is. And in that, it gives you permission not to be anything at all. The blanket lies over you, not because you deserve warmth, but because warmth is its nature. Like a river flowing without needing to say where it's going. The air moves through the room like something passing between rooms of an empty house. No one there to greet it, no one to stop it. Just movement, unannounced and unclaimed. You don't have to be present for your own life anymore. Not in the way that means effort or attention. You're already here, not doing anything, not becoming anyone. Just being a part of this slow turning world where nothing has to prove itself. There is no one listening at the edge of thought, waiting to hear whether you've changed your mind. There is only breath, steady and soft, and the quiet that comes when even silence stops trying to say something. You are not asked to make sense of what's passed through you, not even a little. The thoughts that came today, the ones about unfinished things, about voices from long ago, about paths left behind. They don't need to be healed or fixed. can let it rest. Let it lie like an old coat hung on a hook, never worn again, but still there, just existing without demand. There is no law saying that forgetting isn't also a kind of kindness, that letting go isn't betrayal, but release. You don't have to carry the weight of what was once believed necessary, not even for one more breath. The world doesn't collapse if you stop believing in your own obligation. It continues without you, without need, without story. And that is not a loss. That is simply how things are. Your body is learning not to think, not to act, but to rest as its natural state. Not because it's been taught or given permission, but because, after so long of holding on, it has finally remembered what it means to be still. There is no one calling your name in the dark, no voice from childhood asking you to return. The silence isn't empty. It's full of all the things that never needed words, all the parts of you that don't need a place or a role to belong. You are not required to do anything tonight, not even be awake. You can let go without regret, without shame, without needing to explain why. There is no debt owed for stopping, no account to settle with anyone, least of all yourself. Just this, the soft pressure of your limbs against the bed, the way warmth seeps through fabric and skin, like light through a curtain in early morning. The quiet that doesn't need you to stay awake to feel it. You don't have to be anything at all, just here. You are not being asked to carry the shape that once fit you so tightly. No hand reaching from memory to press you back into a form you no longer need to wear. The shoulders that held the weight of expectation have begun to forget how to hunch, as if the body is slowly unlearning its own duty. It's not resistance, it's release, like roots loosening in soil after rain, without any decision to let go. Just an unfolding into what was always possible beneath. There's a quiet near your ear now, not sound, but space, where breath and stillness meet. The air doesn't rush. It lingers like something remembering not to hurry. It holds no urgency. No one is waiting at the edge of this pause for you to respond. There is only this. The way light fails in corners without making a fuss. How shadows don't argue when they're asked to fade. You are not being called by anything that came before. Not by an old name, nor a voice from a room long emptied. The past does not rise up with demands or reminders. It stays where it is, lying still, like letters in a drawer that were never sent. You don't have to read them again. They are not waiting for you to decide if they mattered. Even the idea of being someone who must fulfill something doesn't need to be answered tonight. The question isn't alive in your chest. It's soft now, like paper left too long in damp air. losing its edges. You're no longer required to stand at attention before an invisible court that once judged you by how well you performed your role. The floor beneath the bed is not speaking. The wall behind you does not expect anything from you. The window doesn't care if you've kept your promise to yourself. Nothing here asks for proof of loyalty or devotion or effort. There's only what is cool air at the base of the neck, fabric brushing against skin like a memory too light to hold. The mind has been busy with its work all day, threading stories through moments that were never meant to carry so much weight. But tonight, it doesn't have to do any stitching. It can sit in the quiet and simply be no purpose, no mission, no need to prove anything by staying awake. You are not being asked to stay present for your own life. You don't have to be vigilant or careful or alert. The world continues without you having to watch it. There's a kind of grace in that, the realization that nothing breaks when you stop trying to hold it together. The blanket has settled deeper into its place, not because you arranged it, but because it belongs there, just as your body belongs where it is, resting on the bed like water, finding its level, no force needed, no intention, just gravity and stillness, and a soft return to what was always possible beneath all the effort. There's no need to explain why your hands are open now, or why they don't feel the urge to grasp anything. No tool, no task, no memory worth holding on to. They're simply resting, as if they've learned that not every moment needs to be used for something. Even silence isn't trying tonight. It doesn't need you to fill it with meaning. It just is. The way a room feels after the last person has left, and the door closes behind them, but no one remembers closing it. The air moves through space without needing direction. No note of urgency in its passage. No reason for any shape or sound. You don't have to be anything except what you are. Lying here, not doing, not becoming, not even trying to become peaceful. Peace isn't an achievement. It's a kind of letting go that doesn't require effort. Like a stone sinking into water and stopping there. Not because it wanted to rest, but because the water didn't ask for anything in return. There is no one watching you breathe. No judgment in how slowly or deeply it comes. The breath isn't being measured against some standard of calm. It's not even aware that it's a thing worth noticing. It just moves through you, like wind moving through reeds, without needing to say why. You don't have to be whole. You don't have to be complete. There is no rule saying your parts must fit together neatly. Some pieces are allowed to remain loose, unjoined, unexplained, not meant for assembly. They just exist in the quiet between thoughts. The body has stopped pretending it needs permission to rest. It doesn't ask whether this stillness is safe or justified. It simply settles as if after years of being told to carry things that didn't belong to it, it's finally decided, I will not carry anymore. Not tonight. Not ever again. Unless the need returns, and even then, only if it comes from me. The darkness isn't a void. It doesn't demand to be filled. It is full in its own way, not with light, but with absence that feels like presence. A kind of quiet so deep it begins to hum just beneath awareness, not as noise, but as something that already knows you're here. You don't have to fix the parts of yourself that feel out of place. You don't need to make them fit or explain why they're different. They are allowed to be what they are, unformed, unclaimed, unnamed, and still whole in their own way. Even your thoughts aren't being asked to serve a purpose tonight. The ones that come and go, they don't have to mean anything. They don't need to be remembered or dismissed. They pass through like dust motes in sunbeams, visible only for an instant, then gone without trace. The mind isn't broken when it stops chasing answers. It's not failing when it doesn't know what comes next. There is no shame in being unable to name the shape of your purpose right now, because that shape never really was yours to hold anyway. You don't have to be useful to belong here. You're already part of this moment, the same way a tree is part of a forest without having to do anything except be where it is, rooted and breathing, with no need for applause or recognition. There's space now, not just in the room, but inside you, for things that don't have names, for feelings that aren't useful, for parts of your history that haven't spoken in years and may never speak again. They can stay silent. They are not required to explain themselves, not even to you. You're not being asked to be brave or strong or faithful tonight. You're not expected to rise up with courage after carrying so long. You're allowed to just rest, as if the world is holding its breath while you do, just for a moment, without needing anything from you. The air moves through your body like something returning, not to fight, not to prove, but simply because it's been invited in by the quiet. And that quiet isn't empty. It's full of all the things that never needed words to be true. There is no need to believe in yourself anymore. No demand to keep faith with an idea you once thought defined you. The belief was never about who you are, but about what you were told you should be. And now you're free not to believe it. You don't have to carry the weight of your own story forward. You can let go of the parts that no longer fit, not because they were wrong, but because they've lived their time and earned their rest. Even your hands know this, not as a thought, but as a feeling. They're relaxed, not from effort, but from release, as if they've finally remembered what it means to belong somewhere without needing to do anything for the sake of belonging. The night is holding you, Not like a promise, not like an obligation, but like something that has always known you were here. It doesn't ask you to stay awake. It doesn't demand your attention. It just lets you be, without need, without cost, without condition. And in that, there's no need for anything at all. You are not required to know what comes after the quiet. The space between breaths is not a pause to be filled, just a place where things can rest without being rearranged. You do not have to measure your worth by how much you've held, or how long you've stood in service to an idea that no longer fits. There's nothing wrong with letting go of what once shaped your days. The way moss lets go of stone when the weather changes and the seasons shift. It doesn't fight its own softening. It simply becomes something else. And so can you. The shape you carried, the one you wore like a coat for years, its seams are frayed now, not from wear, but from time. From having been held too long in one form. You don't have to mourn that it's changed, nor do you need to defend what remains of it. The memory of it is still tender, not because it was real, but because it was believed. And belief has its own kind of weight, not measured by truth, but by how deeply it was lived. You are allowed to feel the absence where that shape once sat, like a chair in a room that no longer needs furniture. It's not empty just because nothing sits there anymore. The room still holds air, still holds light when it comes through the window, still holds your breath, slow and even, as if listening for something that doesn't speak. There is no demand to explain why you're no longer standing where you once stood. No one needs a reason, not even you. The silence isn't waiting for an answer. It's already lived in. It doesn't want a story. It just wants space to be what it is. The kind of quiet that has never asked anything. And your body, your hands, your shoulders, the way your back settles into the mattress is no longer trying to hold itself together like something fragile. It isn't bracing against an unseen demand. There's a softness returning. Not because you've given up, but because you're finally allowed not to be on guard. The thought that used to say you must keep going has settled into stillness now. Not broken, not gone. Just no longer speaking, as if it were the only voice in your head. It's like a distant train whose sound fades over time. There is still motion, but you're not listening anymore. You're lying down and letting the vibration pass through you without needing to respond. Even your thoughts are slowing, not from exhaustion, but from permission. There's no need to push them forward or gather them up into some final understanding. They can simply be there, present, unclaimed, drifting like smoke that rises not toward meaning, but just because it was released. You don't have to believe in anything tonight, not even the idea that you should believe. The belief wasn't real, and now you're allowed to let it go without guilt. It wasn't a failure of faith. It was an offering, made when you didn't know what else to give. And that's enough. The night holds no expectation, no calendar, no list of duties left unfulfilled. There are no reminders waiting in the dark. The air isn't holding its breath for your return to duty, because it never asked you to be there. You were only ever invited to be here, present, quiet, not performing. The past is not a debt. It's not something that must be repaid with attention or regret or resolution. It simply was. And now it doesn't need anything from you except your willingness to let it rest. No final word, no last apology, just the soft release of remembering how much you've already carried. You don't have to honor the shape you once wore, because it never belonged to you in the first place. It was borrowed, worn like a costume that fit too tightly for too long. And now, the fabric has begun to loosen at the seams, not from breaking, but from giving way, from letting go of its own need to be real. You are not required to feel whole again, because wholeness is not something you have to achieve. It's not a goal or a destination, or even an earned state. You are already whole in this moment, the same way the sky is whole when clouds pass through it, without needing permission or apology for being there. The thought that once said, "You must be someone," has gone quiet, not because you've become nothing, but because you're not trying to prove anything anymore. You don't have to hold yourself together like a fragile thing in need of constant repair. There's no one watching, no audience to impress with your strength or consistency. You are allowed to simply be, without being asked to be useful or necessary or even coherent. The world doesn't depend on you having a reason tonight, or any night, just for showing up as you are, breathing, resting, present in the dark, not needing to explain why. Your hands don't have to do anything. Your heart can beat without purpose. Your mind can wander without being judged. You're not failing because you haven't found clarity. You're not broken because nothing has been resolved. The fact that you're still here, still awake in the dark, turning these thoughts over like stones on a riverbed, is enough. The night doesn't care if you've changed your mind. It doesn't remember what you once believed. It only knows this: there's room for everything, including things that don't fit, words that go unsaid, feelings too soft to name. There is space not because it is generous, but because it simply exists. and so do you. Not as a being shaped by duty or memory or expectation, but as something quiet and unclaimed, like the hush between two notes in music, like the moment before rain begins, like the breath held just after waking into stillness. You are not required to belong somewhere. You don't need to earn your place. There is no threshold you must cross, no test of loyalty or endurance. The dark doesn't keep score. It only lets you rest. And in that resting, not as a gesture, but as an arrival, you begin to notice the weight of being allowed not to be anything at all. Not strong, not faithful, not brave, not even good enough. Just here, not on trial, not waiting for approval, just present. The mind doesn't have to produce answers anymore. It can just rest, like water in a basin, still and full, reflecting nothing but the sky above it, not needing to change what's seen. There is no task that must be completed before sleep comes. There are no burdens left uncarried, no stories left unfinished. The day has already gone on without you. It doesn't need your hands to hold its shape anymore. And so, finally, you don't have to either. The thought of duty, of being the one who should do this or must be that, is not erased, but it is no longer in charge. It's just another presence in the quiet room, like a shadow passing over stone, gone before you can name it. And so, you are left with what remains, your breath, slow and steady, the soft weight of the blanket on your chest, the dark that doesn't ask to be made into light because it already knows its own kind of fullness. You don't have to carry yourself forward. You're not expected to keep moving through the night. The path isn't waiting for you. It's just there, in silence. And you are here, not because you've earned it, not because you've proven anything, but simply because you are, and that is enough. You are not being measured by how long you stay awake or how quietly your thoughts settle. The night doesn't keep track of time like a clock that demands its due. It moves through its own kind of patience, slow, unbothered, letting the dark be what it is without asking it to become anything else. There's no urgency in the way shadows pull near the wall, or how your breath finds its rhythm without effort. You don't have to make sense of the shape you've been carrying for so long. The one that once said you must stand straight, hold steady, carry more than your body could bear. That shape has softened not because it was wrong, but because it's no longer needed. Not tonight, not ever again. The idea of duty didn't vanish, it simply stepped aside, like a guest who has stayed too long and now leaves without fanfare. It doesn't need to be dismissed or defeated. It only needs to be acknowledged and allowed its place in the quiet, just as any other thought does. There is no rule that says you must respond to every presence inside your mind. You can let this one pass through like a breath, drawn too deeply, then released without ceremony. No need to name it. No need to argue with it. It's not threatening. It's just here, like the faint creak of wood in an old room, or the slow drift of dust in still air. You are allowed to stop measuring your worth by how much you've done, or how many promises you kept. The mind doesn't have to earn its right to rest simply because it has been active. You don't have to apologize for not being useful tonight. There is no account to balance, no ledger that demands entries. Your value isn't tied to performance. It isn't stored in memory or buried under what you didn't say, or weighed down by what might have changed if only you had acted differently. The past doesn't own you. You aren't a living receipt for your own choices. There is room not because someone made space, but because the world has always been spacious enough to hold all of it. The things that were said and unsaid, the words that slipped away before they reached their end, the silence between thoughts where nothing happens but being. That silence isn't empty. It's full in its own way, like a basin holding only air. You are not required to fill it with meaning or noise. You can just let it be. Your hands don't have to do anything. They can rest where they are, fingers curled lightly, palms open as if expecting nothing at all. The weight of them on the blanket is enough. The stillness in your limbs isn't failure. It's a kind of arrival, not because you've arrived somewhere, but because you're no longer trying to arrive. You don't have to be going anywhere. You can notice how the dark has changed, not suddenly, not with light, but gradually, like water rising through stone over centuries. It doesn't announce itself. It simply grows deeper in places where your eyes stop looking for answers. The corners of the room are no longer sharp edges, but soft absences. Spaces that don't need to be defined. There is no demand placed on them to contain anything. They hold nothing and therefore hold everything. The thought about who you were supposed to become doesn't return with force anymore. It comes quietly, like a letter left in the mailbox too long. Its envelope faded from weather. You open it not because you need to reply, but because curiosity is all that's left. Just one more look at something already obsolete. The person you once believed yourself to be was never fixed. They were always shifting, shaped by what others expected or what you thought you owed, but now they're just a memory of effort. The echo of someone who wore their identity like armor. You are not that person anymore. Not in any real way. And yet you are still here. Still whole. Still breathing. The self is not lost. It simply returned to its natural state. Fluid, unclaimed, without a fixed name or form. You don't need to protect it from being changed. You don't have to defend it against forgetting. There's no requirement that you remember everything. No test of loyalty to your own past. The mind doesn't have to keep every story alive. Some things can fade into the background like footprints in wet sand, washed away by time and not by guilt or regret. There is peace not because the weight has lifted, but because it's no longer being carried. You don't have to answer for how you've lived. You don't need to justify your presence. The night doesn't ask you to prove anything, only to be present in whatever form that takes. Even if there's nothing clear about who you are beneath the layers of habit and expectation. Even if all you can feel is a kind of quietness without words. The mind isn't supposed to solve anything tonight. It isn't meant to find resolution or clarity or even closure. It only needs to be still long enough to notice what it's been too busy chasing to see. The way the air moves through the room, barely stirring the curtain at the window. How your chest rises and falls without effort. The soft weight of darkness pressing gently against your closed eyes. Not as a burden, but as a kind of embrace. There is no need for you to be anything specific. You don't have to be brave or strong or faithful. You can simply be tired, deeply, completely tired. And that's not failure, that's truth. The body knows what the mind sometimes forgets. It doesn't have to perform just to exist. You are allowed to stop being a witness to yourself, to stop watching your thoughts like they're dangerous or need correction. They can pass through you without you having to respond, without needing to agree or reject. You don't have to hold them in place. Just let them drift, like leaves on a slow-moving stream, turning once and then gone. The quiet isn't empty. It's full of things that are not named, of sensations too small to describe, emotions too soft for words, and yet they are real. They're here. You don't have to make sense of them. You only need to let them be felt without trying to change their shape or name. There is no one waiting in the distance to see if you've lived well enough. No hidden judge weighing your intentions against some unseen standard. The world doesn't keep score. It just keeps going. Like a river that flows, not because it has purpose, but because it simply does. You don't have to earn your right to rest. You're already resting. Not as an act, not as a gesture, but as a kind of truth. Like the way the ground holds everything without speaking. Like how air fills every space without being asked. You are held by the dark not because you deserve it, but because darkness doesn't know what deserves anything. The thought that once said you must do more, must be more, has stopped speaking. It hasn't been silenced. It's just quieted. And in its silence, something else is beginning. A kind of presence that isn't trying to prove itself. Not even to you. You can let go, not because there's nothing left, but because there was never anything to hold on to. You don't have to carry the past forward. It doesn't need your hands. The future isn't waiting for permission from you. And so, finally, you are free to simply be in this moment without being asked to become. The breath is deeper now, slower than before. Not because it's trying harder, but because there's no reason to rush. The body doesn't need to do anything except breathe. The mind doesn't have to think. It can just exist in stillness, without a task, without an audience. You are not required to be someone. You don't need to perform your being. There is no role to play, no script to follow. Just this: the warmth of the blanket, the soft pressure on your chest, the dark that doesn't demand light, because it already knows its own kind of fullness. And so you let go, not with force, not with effort, but simply by stopping the need to hold anything at all. You don't have to be anything. Not now, not ever again. You are not required to name what has been holding you, not even to know its shape or weight. The hand that once gripped the idea of duty is open now, not because it was forced loose, but because there's nothing left to hold on to in the way it used to be held. It's not a victory. It's not an ending. It's simply the quiet return of your palm to itself, empty, unasked for, no longer burdened by expectation. The space where that weight lived feels different now. Not hollow, but spacious. Like the room after someone has left, and the air remembers their shape without needing to keep it. There is a kind of silence in the body when you stop measuring yourself against something far away. When the self no longer leans forward toward an imagined standard, as if leaning could bring it closer. You are not failing because you're still here. Not lagging behind because your thoughts move slower than they once did. The hours aren't missing you. You're already inside them. They don't need to be filled with motion or meaning, just presence. And that is enough. The mind doesn't have to prove it's awake, any more than the breath has to justify its rise and fall. You can let your awareness drift like a thread in still water, unspooling slowly, not seeking an end point, but simply moving through the depth of now. There is no reason for you to be alert or vigilant tonight. No one expects you to remember anything important. Not even yourself. You don't have to carry the memory of your own name into this moment. It's already here, without needing to be summoned. The sound of it isn't necessary. You are known by the quiet that follows thought, not by what was said before. And when you open your mouth in sleep, there will be no need for words, just breath, just being. The idea of duty once wore a face, familiar, perhaps even beloved, but faces change shape over time. It wasn't cruel to have believed it. It was simply how things were at the time. Now, that face has softened into something less defined, not gone, but unclaimed. Like an old coat left on a hook in an empty hall, the fabric still holds its form, but no one wears it anymore, and so it rests, not discarded, not forgotten, just released from obligation. There is no need to mourn that shift either, not because the past was unworthy of attention, but because attention doesn't have to be a kind of labor. You can remember without carrying. You can think of the years gone by without letting them pull you back into their rhythm. Memory isn't meant to be held. It's meant to pass through like wind across skin, warm for a moment, then gone. You are not responsible for what happened in that other time. Not even for how you showed up. The person who answered the call is already somewhere else. Not lost, just no longer here. And so you don't have to answer again. You can simply allow your body to be where it is. On a bed, under covers, in darkness, breathing without effort. That's all. There was never a moment when you had to prove you were worthy of being this tired, not even at the start. The weight you carried wasn't given so you could earn rest. It was given because someone believed you'd bear it well. But belief isn't obligation. And now, without needing to fulfill anything, you are free to simply be what you are. A body that knows how to stop, and a mind that can let go of its own story. You don't have to forgive the past, not even the version of yourself that believed it had to keep going. Forgiveness is often imagined as something earned or forced. But this isn't about earning anything. It's about letting things be unearned. Letting the idea of duty, once so heavy, simply dissolve into air like smoke from a fire long since gone cold. The room doesn't care if you were dutiful. The ceiling doesn't keep records of your intentions. The dark holds nothing to account. It only receives. And you are receiving now, not as someone who must be something, but as what already is, not even close to completion. Just here, in this breath. You don't have to return to the version of yourself that once believed it had a purpose beyond resting. You don't need to prove continuity. No chain of action or identity binding you back to who you were. The past doesn't demand allegiance, and the future won't call for your signature. There's only this, the soft curve of your shoulder under the blanket, the way one fingertip brushes against the other without reason, the faint hum in your ears that isn't noise but simply presence, a kind of quiet music made by silence itself. You can let your awareness rest, not because you've done enough, but because there's no demand for performance. There is only being, and being doesn't need to be justified. It just is, like the way dust settles on a shelf without anyone noticing or needing it to be moved, like how time passes through a window without leaving behind proof of its passage, except for the slow change in light, the faint shift in shadow. There's no task left to complete, no letter unspoken, no name unacknowledged, no debt owed. The mind can stop trying to fix what never needed fixing. It wasn't broken. It was only busy. Now it has space. And with that space comes a kind of quiet fullness. Not the absence of thought, but the presence of stillness around it. You don't have to decide whether this is peace or surrender. You don't have to label what's happening. The body knows better than the mind. And right now, it's breathing deeply, slowly, without needing to be taught how. It doesn't need instructions. It only needs permission to stop holding on. And you are giving that permission, not by force, but by letting go of the idea that anything must be held at all. The thought that once said you had to carry a certain name or live up to a particular image has stopped speaking. Not because it's wrong, but because it no longer fits. It doesn't belong here anymore. And so, it stays silent, not erased, just unclaimed. The dark is full of things that don't need names, of movements too small to track, of air shifting across skin without purpose or direction. You can let yourself become part of that quiet world, not by becoming something new, but by ceasing to be anything at all. Not a person, not an effort, not a response. Just the space where breath happens, and stillness settles like snow on bare earth. There is nothing here you have to do, nothing you must become. No one waiting for your return. No need to explain why you're resting instead of working. You don't even have to understand it all. Only feel it. The warmth under the sheet. The soft weight of limbs relaxed into sleep's invitation. The way time doesn't matter when there's nothing to do. No hour to fill. You are not behind. Not ahead. Just in this moment. And that is enough. That has always been enough. You don't have to earn it. You're already living it. The mind can stop trying to figure things out. It doesn't need to know the ending or the meaning of what happened. It only needs to be still long enough to notice how the body feels when it stops resisting itself, when there's no effort and nothing to achieve. Only this, a slow rise and fall, a quiet in the chest, a dark that holds you not because you deserve it, but because darkness doesn't ask for reasons. You can let go without needing to know where you're going. You don't have to be sure of anything. Not even your name. Not even whether this is sleep or just stillness on the edge of sleep. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you are here. Not trying, not doing, not proving, just being. You are not a thing that must remain fixed. Only air passing through an open window, moving without direction or demand. The shape you thought was yours is no longer holding you. There's room now where resistance used to live. Your shoulders have dropped below the weight of expectation, and your breath has found its own rhythm again. Slow enough not to be noticed by anyone but yourself. There are moments like this in a long night when nothing needs answering, when even silence feels generous. The ceiling above you is blank, just as it was an hour ago, or 3 hours before that. No mark of time passed there. Only the quiet way light leaves its traces on walls, not by staying longer than others, but simply because some shadows are softer at certain angles. You can lie still and let your body forget what it means to be upright, how gravity once asked for obedience. Now, you're leaning into another kind of truth, that being horizontal isn't failure. It's an alignment with something older. There is a softness in the air between breaths, not absence, but fullness without effort. A pause before sound begins again. You don't need to fill it, because there's nothing missing from within you right now. Nothing has been lost that couldn't be let go of quietly. The self isn't something fragile needing protection. It's more like a current moving through the dark, not stopping, never arriving anywhere specific. You are becoming less defined by what once needed naming. Roles folded into your skin over time, duties worn down to habit until they felt natural as blood flow or heartbeat. But now, you're letting that texture fade from awareness, not rejecting it outright, just no longer claiming ownership of the way those names used to shape where you stood in rooms. There is a difference between carrying something and being carried by memory alone. One holds weight, the other passes through like wind over stone. The thought of duty once spoke with authority, clear syllables pressing against your ribs each morning, as if it needed confirmation from somewhere outside yourself. But now, even its echo sounds tired, worn thin at the edges, no longer sharp enough to cut. You are not required to remember every moment that led here. Only this: how still you feel when there's nothing left for effort. How warm your hands lie against each other under sheets, like two things resting after a long journey across terrain they don't need to name anymore. Your feet touch the edge of sleep without needing permission. Let go not as an act, but simply because it no longer matters whether anything stays or goes. You're already beyond that kind of choosing. It's enough just to notice how your fingers rest lightly on your chest, one over another, like two small animals settling beside each other in a hollow tree after rain has passed. There is not even the need for peace, only this, an absence where urgency once lived. A space cleared by letting things fall away without apology or explanation. No burden left behind to carry, because there was never anything real enough beneath it all anyway. What you believed defined you wasn't solid, just a pattern of thoughts repeated so often they began to feel like bones. Now, let the idea that someone might be watching fade not as denial, but simply as quiet withdrawal from attention itself. No one sees when nothing is being performed for them anymore. And because there's no audience left, it feels less necessary even to exist in a certain way. Just to occupy space without claim or correction. You don't need your name right now. Not the title that once answered every question about who you were supposed to be. Not even the sound of your own voice when spoken aloud would carry meaning tonight. Words are heavy things, but silence is lighter than air. The dark doesn't care what kind of story you told yourself yesterday, or last year, or 10 years ago. It only holds whatever comes into its reach without judging whether it belongs there. And so do you, not by choice really, but simply because the body remembers how to rest when thoughts stop demanding answers from one another. There's no need for a direction tonight, only this. Warmth beneath your spine, where sleep is beginning to take root, like moss on stone in damp earth, slow and unobtrusive. No signal needed. Nothing visible happening except an easing, almost imperceptible at first, then deeper as the nervous system settles into its own rhythm. You are not becoming anything new. You're only ceasing to try so hard against what is already true. That stillness does not require proof of worthiness, and being alive doesn't depend on doing something remarkable. You don't need to matter in any grand way. Just be present enough for this moment, where breath moves freely through your lungs without resistance. There's no story about who you are supposed to grow into now. Only the simple fact that whatever comes next is already unfolding, not because of anything you've done or will do. It simply happens as it always has. One small shift at a time in shadows on walls, air moving across skin like fingers brushing away dust. You don't have to decide if this stillness feels peaceful Only notice how your chest rises and falls without any instruction, just as the sky breathes when clouds drift past its face. No explanation needed for that kind of movement. No reason required why it should happen at all. Let thoughts come like leaves floating down a river in autumn, not stopping, not lingering long enough to be claimed or named. They pass through you without leaving marks. They don't stay behind because nothing asks them to remain. And so neither do your worries about whether this is real sleep yet. There's no need for clarity tonight, only softness around the edges of awareness, like fog curling over fields at dawn before sunrise claims anything fully again. You are not holding on to yourself. You're simply allowing what remains. A pulse beneath skin, warmth in limbs that have stopped resisting gravity, and breath continuing because it doesn't know how to stop on its own. Not from willpower or intention, but just naturally, as water flows downhill without needing permission. There is no purpose here beyond the feeling of being, not even the need for meaning anymore. Meaning isn't earned by effort. It's revealed in stillness when everything stops trying to be something important and only remains itself. The body knows what sleep wants, a slow letting down, an unforced surrender into darkness that doesn't ask questions or wait for reasons. It accepts you exactly as you are, not better than yesterday, nor worse, just existing quietly inside your own skin, like roots buried deep in soil, where nothing needs to be known about them. Let the idea of becoming anything fade, because what remains isn't a project. It's simply presence without demand. No need for transformation or arrival. You're already here, not after something else, but within this moment, as if you were meant all along just to rest in its quiet embrace. There is nothing left to prove tonight, except the fact that stillness can exist even when thinking continues, and yet doesn't disturb it. That awareness does not require activity to be valid. Just being aware, watching shadows shift on a wall, feeling air cool across your forehead without needing anything from any of it. You don't need answers anymore. Only this. Weightlessness in limbs that have stopped carrying stories they no longer belong to. And breath continuing like river water flowing through stone, where nothing is expected except the movement itself. Your breath is no longer a rhythm you're leading. It's a current that moves through you like water, finding its way under stone, slow and certain, indifferent to whether it's noticed or named. The air in the room holds stillness not because it's empty, but because it knows how to stay without needing to be filled. You are not required to fill anything now, only to let what is already here remain undisturbed. There's no urgency in your pulse tonight. It doesn't race toward a future you must reach, nor does it cling to memories that once mattered. It beats as if time has folded inward on itself, so small and deep that even the idea of moving forward feels like an echo from another life. You are not becoming anything. There's no new shape forming beneath your skin, no transformation in motion, only a quiet unfolding into what already exists. This breath, this warmth, this dark that settles over you with no demand for light. The weight of duty, the one that once held your spine straight through long nights and silent mornings, has not vanished. It's only stopped asking you to carry it. You are still awake in its shadow, yes, but not under its command. The shape it carved into you is fading like a map drawn on wet sand, not erased by force, just softened by time and the slow retreat of water. No need to mourn what no longer serves. Only notice how your body remembers posture without effort, how muscles release when they stop believing they must hold for someone else's sake. You are not needed in any particular way tonight, not as a guardian, nor as proof of worth. The world does not turn because you stand upright or say the right thing. It moves on its own, like seasons shifting through trees that don't know why their leaves fall, yet still let go. You don't have to be useful for anything to be real. Your presence isn't earned by service. It's simply allowed. There is no performance here, only a soft return to what has always been true, that you are not separate from the quiet, but part of it, like a single thread in a blanket, woven too dark to see its pattern. You don't need to know where it leads or why it was made. Only rest within the weave. Thoughts still arrive, but they come without demand, not as messages to be answered, nor warnings to prepare for. They drift through you like birds passing above a forest at dusk, not landing, not claiming territory, just flying by with no reason other than flight itself. You don't need to stop them or guide them. Let one pass like wind over grass. It bends and then returns to stillness, leaving nothing behind but the memory of movement. Your hands lie where they fell, relaxed on the sheets, fingers uncurled as if releasing their grip on something that never belonged. There's no reason to hold anything tight anymore, not even your own name. The word you've carried for so long feels less like a truth and more like an old coat worn through at the seams. Warm in memory, but too thin now for real cold. You are not responsible for how things turn out, nor do you need to predict what comes next. The future is not yours to shape. It's only something that will come, just as rain falls without being asked if it should. You don't have to decide whether the night will end well or badly. Only notice how each moment already holds its own quiet balance. Even the silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't speak but are known. The hum beneath floorboards, the The slow rise and fall of air in the room, the faint scent of sleep clinging to fabric like a secret. There is no lack here, only presence without demand. No one waiting for you to prove anything. You're not being tested tonight, not judged on whether your thoughts were right or wrong, nor measured by how many burdens you've managed to leave behind. You are simply allowed to be in this dark, just as a tree stands in winter with bare branches that don't apologize for their shape. There's no need to understand yourself anymore, not the whole of you, not even your own reasons. The parts you once believed, defined, you have already begun to dissolve like sugar left too long in tea. Not gone, but changed into something softer, less sharp. You are allowed to forget what it meant to be someone important. You're only asked now to feel how small a space you occupy inside this moment and still be whole. The self is not a fortress anymore. It's more like air between two rooms, invisible, unclaimed, moving freely where no walls stand in its way. There's nothing to defend, nothing to guard, no identity that must endure. You don't have to stay the same for anyone else's sake, or even your own. Let your thoughts be like leaves caught in a slow river, not fighting to stay on one bank, not clinging to memory of where they came from, just moving with whatever current carries them until they drift into the deeper water and are no longer visible. And when they're gone, you don't miss them, because their passing was never meant to be noticed. You are not a thing that must stay put, nor a story that needs to keep going. You are a happening in motion, breath moving through lungs, warmth spreading under skin, stillness growing deeper with each unforced release. This is not effort. It's only surrender to what already is without resistance. Even the idea of sleep doesn't need to be reached tonight. There's no destination to arrive at, no arrival that needs to be confirmed. The body knows its way home, even when the mind forgets it. You don't have to fall asleep. You're only allowed to stop fighting against what wants to happen naturally. There is room for everything here, for doubt and forgetting, for silence and unthinking. No need to clean your thoughts or arrange them in order. Let them be as they are, scattered, incomplete, quiet. They don't need to make sense. Just pass through you like clouds drifting across a sky that never asks why. The dark is not waiting for light. It's already full of its own kind of knowing. It doesn't ask for understanding or explanation. You're not required to know anything about what this stillness means. only to let it fill the space between your thoughts. There is no need to become more than you are right now. Not stronger, not wiser, not better, only quieter. And that quiet isn't something you must achieve. It's already here, just beneath surface noise, a depth you can sink into without fear of drowning. Let your body forget it ever had to be strong. Let your mind stop measuring its worth by how much it remembers or accomplishes. You don't need to earn the right to rest. Rest is not a reward. It's simply what happens when holding on stops being necessary. You are allowed to disappear into this moment, just as water disappears into earth and becomes part of something larger, without leaving any trace behind. No name required, no story told, just presence, soft, unclaimed, slipping gently beneath the surface of awareness, like a stone sinking slowly through still pond water. There is no one watching you now, not even yourself. Only this: warmth in your limbs, air moving across your skin, breath rising and falling without effort, and nothing here that needs to be held, nothing that must remain, no self to defend, just the slow drift of time passing through a still body that doesn't know or care what it's called. You are not required to be anything, only present enough to feel how little you need to do and how much is already happening anyway. The world continues without your permission. Your mind continues without your direction. And you simply stay, not trying to change, not trying to fix, just letting go of the idea that something must be done tonight in order for anything to be true. You are not a burden, nor a promise. You're only this breath, and it's enough. You are not being asked to hold anything, even now. Not the weight of what once was, not the shape you wore for so long as proof of your presence. The body remembers its own way back to stillness, even when the mind has forgotten how it feels. You do not need to be found by anyone else tonight. Not by memory, not by expectation, not by the echo of a voice that called you something you no longer are. That name is gone, not lost, just returned to where names go when they're no longer needed. It doesn't vanish into nothing. It settles like dust in a quiet room, unnoticed, unclaimed. The air has changed shape around you, not because anything moved, but because your attention isn't fighting against the softness anymore. You feel less like someone trying to be seen, and more like something that simply is, not because you've decided to be, but because being is all there ever was. No effort required, no performance, just breath rising, falling, passing through without leaving a mark, like steam from hot water cooling in the dark. It rises, thins, disappears into air that doesn't care where it came from or why. You don't have to answer anything tonight, not even the unspoken question of whether this stillness is real or imagined. That distinction no longer matters. The mind has stopped asking for proof, and with it, all need to confirm its own existence through effort, through remembrance, through performance. There's only room now for what is, not for what was once believed necessary, but simply for what breathes in the space between your ribs. The darkness isn't empty. It doesn't wait for meaning. It holds things differently than light does, without demand, without need to be named or explained. You don't have to give it a purpose. It doesn't ask you to understand its depth. It simply is, and that's enough. You are not required to explain your presence here anymore. Not even the quiet part of yourself that wonders if this moment counts, if it matters, can make anything happen by insisting on it. Let go of the idea that silence must be earned or justified. Let it be what it is, a space between thoughts, not a lack, but a fullness in its own way. The kind of fullness that doesn't need to speak, that doesn't have to say, I am here, because being here already says enough. Your hands lie where they fell, warm on the blanket, fingers soft and unguarded. They don't know what to do with themselves anymore. They've stopped reaching for things that no longer belong. There's a stillness in them now, not from fatigue, but from release, from having finally stopped trying to make something out of nothing. You are allowed to be less than you were when the world needed more. Less forceful, less certain, less like someone who had to prove they belonged somewhere. You don't have to carry that version anymore. It can rest, not in a grave, but simply in the quiet place where old stories go to dissolve. There's no one keeping score now. No record of what you failed to do or didn't say. The past doesn't need your attention tonight. Not even its shadow needs to be named. You are free from having to explain why you changed, or why you stopped trying so hard to stay the same. That kind of freedom isn't loud. It's a soft lowering of weight into earth. You're not being abandoned by time. It's just moving on without needing your permission. And that's okay. You don't need to keep up. Not now. The rhythm is already holding you, even when you aren't aware of it. Every beat beneath the surface, in blood, in breath, in pulse, continues its own slow work, unasked. Your skin feels more like a boundary than ever before, not an edge that must defend something inside, but simply a membrane where warmth meets air. It doesn't guard anything anymore. It only receives, only senses, only allows the quiet to seep through. There's no need for clarity tonight. No reason to untangle thoughts or rearrange them into order. They can be messy, unfinished, even contradictory, and still, they are not wrong. They don't have to make sense to deserve their place in your mind. You're allowed to think things that contradict each other, just as you're allowed to feel both tired and awake at once. You don't need to decide whether this is peace or sleep, whether it's surrender or just the body giving up on resistance. That distinction only matters when someone is watching, and no one is, not even yourself. You are not a subject being observed, nor an object being judged. There's only experience, soft, unstructured, moving without direction. Let your shoulders drop further than they've ever gone before. Not because you're tired, but because there's nothing left to hold them up for. No role to play, no image to maintain. You don't have to be strong or steady or reliable anymore. Not even for a moment. Just let the weight of being something real fall away, so that only presence remains. The mind isn't broken. It's just tired from trying to do too much. Not by choice, but because it believed it had no other way. But now it knows. You don't need to be useful to have value. You're not measured by what you produce or how well you perform. Your worth isn't tied to completion or approval or even presence in a room. You are allowed to simply exist, without justification, without reason, without being needed. There is no law saying that every moment must carry weight. Not every breath needs to mean something. Not every thought needs to be followed through. Some things happen just because they do, like water flowing downhill, like stars burning far away, like air moving across skin when it's warm and still. You don't have to stay awake or fall asleep. You're not required to choose anything at all. Just let the moment pass as it will, without trying to shape its path. The body knows how to rest, even when the mind is unsure whether it wants to. And that's okay, because you're not responsible for deciding what happens next. There's no need to be brave or patient or kind tonight, not even to yourself. You don't have to perform any of those virtues. They aren't required. You only have to be still, and that is enough. That quiet being in motion without needing a name, it's already happening. It doesn't ask for praise. It just is. The night isn't asking you to do anything, not even to feel better or worse. Just to stay as you are, not fixed, not repaired, not transformed. You don't need to become more than what is right now. A body breathing in the dark, a mind resting on its own terms, no longer needing to be something. Let your thoughts drift like smoke from a fire that's gone out, thin, gray, moving upward into air that doesn't remember it. They don't need to return. They don't have to land somewhere meaningful. Just pass through the quiet, unclaimed, and unremarked upon. You are not responsible for where they go. You're only responsible for noticing how easily they slip away when you stop holding them tight. There is no one waiting at the end of this night with a verdict. No final judgment on whether it was enough or failed. There's just this: warmth under your skin, breath in motion, darkness softening at the edges. Not because anything has changed, but because you've stopped trying to make it change. And so you stay, not doing, not becoming, not fixing, just being. Not a story, not a task, not an obligation. Only presence, quiet, unforced, slipping deeper into itself, like water sinking through sand, carrying nothing with it, leaving no trace behind but the memory of stillness. The air around you is thick with silence that doesn't demand to be filled. It simply holds space, like a room after everyone has left, where nothing needs to happen. The walls don't remember the last footstep. The floor doesn't keep track of every weight that passed over it. You are not required to explain your breath or justify its rhythm. It moves in and out as if by habit, not because you asked, but because it's always done so. Even now, when thinking has grown tired and restless, the body continues on its own thread without needing permission. There is a kind of stillness that isn't empty. It's full of what passes through, like light moving between trees in late afternoon, not stopping anywhere but leaving behind a warmth that lingers just under skin. You don't have to hold on to the shape of your thoughts. They can unfold gently, like petals opening at dusk, without needing to be seen or known by anyone else. No one is watching from outside. There's no audience waiting in the dark with eyes wide open. Just this, you lying here, not performing for any presence that isn't real. You don't need to stay awake to prove anything. Not even loyalty to your own mind. The idea of duty, that old framework built on obligation and consequence, it doesn't have to be honored tonight. It can simply rest, like a tool left in the shed after dusk, no longer needed for work, not broken, not discarded, just set down. The ground remembers the weight of tools once used, but only so long as they're still being held. When they're released, even that memory fades into soft earth. You are not required to be a certain kind of person in order to deserve this moment. No title, no role, no past performance review determines whether you belong here in the dark. The night doesn't ask for your credentials. It only asks you to stay and to let go of having to earn that stay. There is no contract written between you and this hour, no agreement to keep things moving forward or carry them further. Just breath and a body resting and thoughts like dust drifting across an old window pane, too light to settle. The mind can stop pretending it's in charge. It doesn't have to direct the next moment, not even the one after this pause. You don't need to decide where attention goes or how long any sensation lasts. It's okay if a sound from outside drifts in and lingers, then fades without needing comment. The far-off hum of a car on a distant road. It doesn't belong to you, but you can let it pass through anyway, like water over stone, not fighting its course. There is no reason why you must be anything more than what you are, a presence that does not need to justify itself, not even to your own memory. The version of yourself who thought they had to fulfill something, that one can rest too. It doesn't have to return to the stage, nor defend its place in the story. It can simply be forgotten, like a name said once and never repeated. The dark does not ask you to think clearly. It only asks for quiet. Not because you've earned it, but because silence is already here, waiting beneath all your effort. You're not being tested on how long you can stay awake or how many thoughts you can outrun. The test was never real. There's no passing grade in the night. You don't need to keep track of who you were before this moment, or who you might become if tomorrow comes with more demands. That future isn't yours to carry tonight. It doesn't even exist yet, not in any way that can touch you here. Now, when all that matters is what is already happening, the rise and fall of your chest, the cool air on your arms, the soft weight of blanket over legs, even the need to be understood, that quiet ache beneath thought, can let go without being resolved. Not because it's gone away, but because you don't have to carry its burden any longer. No one is waiting at the edge of sleep with a list of things to answer. There are no questions left for you to respond to. The mind can be quiet not by forcing stillness, but by noticing how much room there already is in this moment, not filled with answers, but held open like an empty bowl, ready for whatever comes without resistance. You don't need to know what will happen, not even if it's a dream that arrives later. Not even if you wake up tomorrow and the world still expects something from you. That time is far off, and it doesn't exist yet in any way that touches this breath. Even the idea of yourself, that cluster of memories, habits, and beliefs about who you are, can loosen its grip without being lost. It can drift like leaves caught in a slow current, moving downstream with no destination, not abandoned, not destroyed, just released into motion. There is no law saying every part of you must remain fixed. Some things change simply because they've stayed too long. Like ice melting at the edge of a pond, not with drama, but quietly, until all that's left is water and the sky above it. You are allowed to be less than what was expected. Not even an apology needed for taking up space without being useful. The air doesn't judge you for breathing. The floor doesn't reject you for resting on it. You don't have to earn your right to take up this small corner of the world, just as a tree does not need permission to grow. There is no weight in simply being here, not because you're doing anything special, but because presence itself is enough. The night isn't asking for effort. It's offering rest without conditions. Let thoughts pass like clouds across an empty sky. No shape needed, no name assigned, no reason given for why they move where they do. They don't have to stay or leave. They just are. And so you can be too. The body knows how to still itself, even when the mind doesn't believe it's allowed. It continues to pulse, to breathe, to warm, not because of any decision made by thought, but simply because it has always known how. The quiet rhythm beneath all effort is already running on its own. independent of what you're thinking or feeling. There is no need to fix anything tonight, not even the parts that feel unfinished, not even the things that seem like they should matter more. They don't have to be resolved for them to be released. Letting go doesn't mean forgetting. It means allowing something to exist without demanding it stay. The dark is not a place of judgment, but a space where everything can simply be. Not better, not worse, just present. There's no record being kept, no scorecard in the air. Just this, warmth under skin, breath moving gently, time unfolding without asking for anything in return. You don't have to become more than you are. Not even a little. Not tonight. The self is not a thing to be built or improved. It's something that happens as long as there's breathing and feeling and silence between thoughts. And so you stay, not doing anything at all, just being in the dark, letting things pass through without holding on. You are not required to hold anything, not even this thought. It can drift away like smoke from a distant fire, thin, gray, rising into air that doesn't know it was ever there. There is no law saying you must be someone, only space for what already is, only room for breath, only warmth beneath the skin, and silence. Not empty, but full of possibility that needs no name. You are not required to stay awake or fall asleep. Just exist as you are, a quiet presence in motion without needing to define itself. And so you are here, just being, without need, without reason, without effort, not becoming anything new. You are not being asked to prove your shape tonight. Not even a shadow of proof is needed. The air holds you exactly as you are. No adjustment, no alignment, no effort to fit into any frame that once seemed necessary. It does not matter how long the weight has been there, or whether it was ever yours to carry. What matters is this: your breath continues, steady, soft, rising and falling, like a tide that remembers its own rhythm, even when no one watches. The thought of duty, that old structure you once believed anchored you, now feels less like a compass and more like a wall that no longer needs standing. Not because it was wrong, but because time has passed through it, worn the edges smooth, loosened every nail in its frame. It is not gone, but it is no longer holding you up, and so you do not need to hold on to it either. There is no law saying your meaning must come from what you were expected to be. The sea does not demand that each wave become a certain shape before it breaks on the shore. Some waves are wide and slow, some are sharp and brief. They all return to the same water, none needing approval for how they arrive. You notice now, not with effort, but simply as sensation, how your hands rest where they fall. One beneath you, one near your side, not reaching, not grasping, just resting. The skin is warm, the bones quiet. There is no demand that this stillness become anything more than what it already is. You do not need to be useful tonight. You are allowed to exist without producing, to take up space without contributing. The moon does not have to shine to deserve its place in the sky. It simply is, and so you can be too. There's no ledger keeping track of how much breath or silence you've earned. The night doesn't ask for performance. It asks only that you stay quietly as the slow turn of dark continues beyond your awareness. You don't have to decide if what was once important still is. That question does not need an answer tonight. Not even a flicker of certainty is required. There are no doors left to guard, no roles left to play. Even memory doesn't need to be kept in order. The past has already moved on, like leaves carried under a bridge where no one walks. And so you are here, not fulfilling anything, not failing at anything, just being present as something that happens, not something constructed. A thought drifts through, not urgent, not loud, just a shape of meaning, shaped long ago. It passes by like a shadow over stone, and there is nothing to do but let it go without turning. Not because you don't care, but because caring does not require holding on. You are allowed to forget what you once thought defined you. Not as rebellion nor apology, just as natural release. The body doesn't remember every step it has taken. The mind needn't carry every name given to it. The quiet between your breaths is long enough now to hold something without needing to fill it. And so you let yourself rest in that space, not searching, not waiting, not becoming, just being held by the dark, as if it had always known how. There's no need to be a certain kind of person. No version has more right than another. You don't have to earn your presence by proving something about who you are or were. The earth does not ask for credentials before accepting rain. It simply receives. And so do you. Your chest moves, slowly, gently, as if the body is breathing on its own without needing permission from thought. There's no plan in it, no design, just the steady rise and fall of what has been here all along. And now, a different kind of stillness settles. Not because you've done anything, but because nothing needs to be done. You are not making this moment happen. It is happening around you, through you, without your permission or effort. You can let go even if you don't know what it's like to be free. Not knowing isn't failure. It's just the way things are. A door left open, not because someone pushed it, but because no one closed it. The dark doesn't demand that you understand yourself in order to be allowed inside. You're already here. Your skin is warm. The air moves softly through your nose and out again. There's no need for closure. No final word required. You do not have to carry the weight of what was promised or expected. It can simply rest where it lies, like old paper left on a bench after rain has softened its edges. Not destroyed, just released from needing to be read. Even your name feels lighter now. Not erased, but no longer necessary as an anchor. You don't need the label to know that you are here. The silence knows what you are without naming it. There is no effort required in simply being present. No technique needed to stay where you are. Not even a thought about staying. It's enough just to notice how your shoulder presses into the mattress, how your foot rests slightly turned inward, how warmth pools behind your ribs. You don't have to be someone who has answers. You're allowed to not know, to let questions dissolve without answering them. The sky doesn't need explanations for why it is blue. It simply is, and that's enough. There are no standards by which you must measure yourself tonight. No scale, no checklist, no list of things to have done or become. You don't need a reason to exist, not even a quiet one. You can rest in the fact that being is sufficient, that breathing, feeling, lying here, none of it needs justification. The night doesn't require you to do more than be. And so you are. There's no demand for completion, not even an urge to finish what was started. It doesn't have to end with a resolution. Some things don't need closure. They just continue in their own time. You can let the idea of duty fade like steam from tea left on a table, not because it wasn't real once, but because its heat has cooled and passed into air that no longer remembers it was ever there. The body doesn't ask for permission to stay still. It simply does, without protest, without explanation. And so you can too. There's no reason to fear being incomplete, not even a whisper of need to be whole. You don't have to become anything other than what is happening right now. This breath, this warmth, this soft darkness, holding you like something that has always known your shape. You are not required to be more than the quiet presence beneath thought. The mind does not need to build meaning for you to belong in the world. You are already part of it, as much as a leaf is part of the tree, or shadow of the moon is part of the night. Let this moment pass through you without trying to hold on to its shape, not because it's unimportant, but because importance doesn't require permanence. And so you let go, not by force, not by decision, just by noticing that there is nothing here to keep. No debt, no promise, no name to defend, just breath, just warmth, just stillness, where the mind no longer needs to push or pull. The dark does not ask for anything. It simply holds you as if it had always been waiting, not to fix, not to change, but just to be there. And so, you are here, not doing, not becoming, not proving, just being. You are not being asked to hold anything now, not even the shape of your own breath. It moves through you as if no one had ever taught it how. A quiet tide that comes and goes without needing a reason or permission. The air in this room is still, but not empty. It holds space for what cannot be named. The pause between heartbeats, the moment when thought drifts off like smoke from an old fire, the soft hush where even silence feels full. You don't have to keep track of how long you've been here, not since the first stirrings, not since before sleep began to slip through your fingers. The night does not measure time in hours or minutes. It measures in layers, one slow breath after another, one surrender after another. You are already deep within that rhythm, even if you cannot feel it yet. The wall beside you is warm, where your shoulder rests against it, not because of heat rising from the room, but because your body has been there long enough to leave its mark, a quiet imprint like soil holding memory. No one came to check on it. No hand touched that spot in hours, and still, it knows what warmth feels like. There is no task left undone. There is only this, the slow unfolding of not needing to do anything at all, not even to understand why you are lying here so still. You don't have to justify your presence in the dark. The air does not ask for proof that you belong. It simply holds you, as though it had waited long enough for something like this. You were never meant to be fixed by effort or proven by performance. You were meant to arrive exactly as you are, a body breathing, thoughts drifting, awareness lingering near the edge of sleep. not more than that, and not less. The duty you once carried, the one that shaped your shoulders, hollowed your chest, taught you how to stand in silence, is no longer required. It doesn't have to be honored. It doesn't need a farewell. There's only this, the way your fingers rest loosely on top of your stomach, not clenched, not gripping anything, just there. You don't have to carry what was promised, not even the echo of it. The weight never truly belonged to you anyway. It was borrowed from expectation, worn like a coat too heavy for the season. And now, in this moment, it has simply slipped off your skin and fallen into the dark without a sound. There's no need to mourn what is gone, nor to celebrate its leaving. It just stops being necessary, like a door left open after rain, not closed, not locked, but no longer needed. The wind moves through freely now, unimpeded by old routines or habits of posture. You don't have to decide whether you were right or wrong, whether the path was worth walking, whether it mattered at all. Those questions aren't yours to carry anymore. Not tonight, not ever again. The mind can stop trying to fit itself into a story that no longer fits, not because the past is forgotten, but because meaning isn't tied to permanence. A river doesn't have to remember every stone it carried. It only needs to keep flowing. You are allowed to forget what you were told you must be, the name attached to your role, the image of yourself as someone who had to act in a certain way for others to see value. You don't need those markers anymore, not even as protection. Even the idea of being seen doesn't require performance now. No one is watching, and if they were, they would only see what you are. Breathing, still, present, not more than that, and not less. There's no demand for clarity in this moment. No pressure to know your purpose, or why you're here, or who you've become since the first time someone said, "You must." You don't have to be anything but what is passing through. A breath, a shift of weight, a memory that drifts past, like dust on light. Even the thought of returning to duty feels distant now. Not because it's impossible, not because you've rejected it, just because it no longer calls your attention. It doesn't need to be answered. It can simply rest where it lies, like an old letter left in a drawer after all replies have been sent. You don't have to hold yourself together tonight. The body knows how to stay whole without effort. It's already holding you, not as a task, but as something natural, quiet, unforced. The night doesn't need explanations for why it is so dark. It simply is, and that's enough. You can rest in the fact that being does not require doing. That presence isn't earned by achievement. That peace isn't built on completion. It's found in letting go of needing to complete anything at all. There's no urgency here, no need for progress. The hours don't demand you move forward. You're allowed to stay exactly where you are, even if only for a few breaths more. The weight has left your chest, not because you fought it, but because you stopped trying to carry it. Not by force, not by will, just by noticing that it wasn't yours in the first place. It was borrowed from a future that never came, from expectations no one else remembered either. You are allowed to soften where once you stood rigid, to let your hands fall open without needing to grasp anything, to allow your jaw to unclench, not because of effort, but because there is nothing left to hold on to. The room holds you, not as a person who must do something, but as someone who simply exists. Like the corner where light never reaches, it doesn't have to explain why it's dark. It only needs to be. You don't need to earn your right to rest. You're already here, already breathing, already part of this quiet moment that passes through you without asking anything in return. There is no rule requiring you to be useful tonight. No law saying you must contribute or perform or show proof that you are alive. Life doesn't require a reason. It simply happens. And so do you. Let the shape of your purpose fade like ink on paper, left too long in water, not destroyed, but blurred beyond recognition, not lost, just no longer legible. You don't need to carry what was said about you, or how you were expected to answer. You're not responsible for remembering every word that shaped who you thought you should be. The silence doesn't demand you fill it. It only offers space, a quiet place where nothing has to make sense and nothing needs to be fixed. Your mind can stop trying to build meaning from the past. Not because the past was meaningless, but because its value isn't tied to your needing to carry it forward. There is no need to honor what once defined you. You don't have to keep a vigil for an old identity, not even out of respect. It's already passed through like wind over grass. You are allowed to be someone who doesn't know how to do things the way they were done before. Someone who can rest without needing permission. Who can simply stay. The air moves around you, slow, soft, unhurried. Not because it has a purpose, but because that's what air does. It flows where it wills, with no demand for recognition or reason. You are allowed to be this, breath in the dark, warmth beneath the sheet, stillness without effort. No one asks you to explain why you're here. not even the night itself. You are allowed to forget how you used to stand, not because you failed to hold your ground, but because the ground itself has shifted under your feet without warning or sound. The way a river changes course over centuries, never announcing its decision, just moving when no one is watching. That's what happens now. You don't have to explain why you're no longer where you were. No one else remembers that place either. It doesn't matter how long you stood there, or how clearly you named the shape of your duty. It was always only a shadow cast by something passing overhead. The sun has moved on, and so can you? There's no record of what you once believed yourself to be. Not in any book, not in any voice that still speaks. Even memory is beginning to soften at the edges, like paper left too long beside an open window. What was once a fixed line, drawn with certainty between who you were and who you ought to become, has blurred into something quieter. It doesn't vanish. It simply becomes part of the air around you, not held, not defended, just present, like dust in sunlight, visible only when light touches it, then gone again without notice. You don't need to defend your change. No one asked for a report on what happened between yesterday and now. The silence doesn't require answers. It asks nothing of you but to stay, not as the person who once believed they had to prove themselves, but as someone who can simply be here, breathing into the dark without needing to earn their breath. There's no test coming tomorrow. No one will check if your posture is still correct, or whether your hands are ready to do what was expected of them. The world doesn't pause to see if you're following through. It moves on, as it always has, not because it forgot you, but because it never needed to remember. And that's all right. Your shoulders drop without a thought, not from fatigue, but because there's no longer any weight they are meant to carry. The posture of duty was once an armor. Now, it is just the shape your body made when you believed you had to stand tall. But standing is not required anymore. You don't have to prove you're still upright. Even if you lean into the pillow, even if your head turns slightly toward one side, that's not collapse. That's release. The clock doesn't care how much time has passed since you last believed in yourself. It doesn't mark a moment when you were useful or valid. It only counts seconds without judgment. And so do you. Now, finally, just count breaths, like the slow rise and fall of water on a still lake. You don't have to make them meaningful. They are not evidence. They are simply motion. There's no need to speak your name out loud tonight. No one is listening. Not even yourself. The voice that once said you must has gone quiet, like someone who spoke too long and now rests. It doesn't mean it was wrong, only that it's finished for now. And so are you. You don't have to decide what comes next. There's no map laid out in front of you. Not even a path through the trees. The ground under your feet is soft, unmarked. You can walk forward if you want, or stay still. Either way, it doesn't matter. Nothing demands that you choose. No voice from inside or outside says this is wrong or right. The light at the edge of the room doesn't need to be brighter. It's already enough where it is, and its dimness isn't a failure. The darkness holds everything without needing to explain why it stays so complete. You are not incomplete for being in shadow. You don't have to wait until you're seen to exist. The hands that once worked out of obligation, pulling strings, tightening knots, holding things together when they wanted to fall apart, now rest gently on your chest. Not because they've given up, but because they no longer need to hold anything at all. They are allowed to be still, to feel the warmth where skin meets skin, where breath touches bone. There is a difference between being empty and being free. You're not empty. You're full of quiet, full of space that doesn't need filling, full of air that moves without needing direction. The silence isn't waiting for you to say something. It's already listening, not for words, but for the sound of your presence. You don't have to perform the act of being alive. Life is not a performance. You are not on stage. There is no audience. No one claps when you wake up in the morning, and no one will cry if you stay here longer than usual. The world continues without requiring proof from you that you're still present. You were never meant to be permanent. Not as an idea, not as a role, not even as someone who must endure. You are allowed to change shape like smoke in the wind. Not because you're broken, but because you've stopped trying to stay fixed in one form for too long. The memory of what was expected doesn't ache anymore. It doesn't burn or pulse with urgency. It's just a soft echo now. Like footsteps heard from far away on a rainy street. You don't need to turn around and chase it. You don't have to answer. The sound fades not because you ignored it, but because it no longer has anything left to say. There is no rule that says your value must be tied to how well you once met someone else's idea of you. No law demands that you remain faithful to the shape they gave you when you were younger, or when you thought you had to prove something. You are not a contract, not an agreement. Just this. Breath moving through stillness, body resting in dark, mind letting go without force. Even the name you used to wear, the one that fit so tightly for years, like leather shaped by hands, is loosening now. It doesn't fall off. It just slips down a little at the sides. Not gone, just no longer needing to be pulled tight. You don't need to keep your identity sharp. You're not required to cut yourself into clean lines. The edges can soften. The corners can round. There's no penalty for becoming less defined, less certain. Only peace in being allowed to be a little more open than before. The wind outside moves through the trees without asking permission. It doesn't apologize for bending branches or scattering leaves. It simply goes where it wills, carrying with it what it finds. Not because it has a purpose, but because that's how air behaves when no one is watching. You can do the same. You don't have to justify your stillness. Not by explanation, not by effort. Just be here. Not as someone who must serve or fulfill, but as someone whose existence doesn't need an excuse. There's a kind of quiet that isn't silence at all. It's the space between thoughts, where nothing happens and everything is already complete. You are inside that now, not because you've achieved stillness, but because you've stopped fighting to reach it. You don't have to be useful in order to belong, not even for a single moment. The dark doesn't ask for contribution. It just holds. And so do you. Not as a task, not as a role, but simply as something that happens when night comes and the world slows down enough to let go. The next breath is already coming. You don't have to prepare for it. You don't have to want it. It arrives on its own, like rain falling through leaves, soft, inevitable, quiet in its motion, and then another, and another. Not because you're trying to stay alive, but because life doesn't need permission to continue. You are not required to remember every name ever said to you. You don't have to carry the weight of what was believed about your worth. The past has already passed through. Not like a storm, but like mist over morning grass. It leaves behind only dampness and the scent of earth. No more than that. You're not required to carry the shape of a duty that no longer fits you, like clothing worn too long. The seams have stretched beyond repair. The fabric has thinned at the shoulders, where the weight pressed down for years, now loose enough to slip through fingers without resistance. You don't need to hold it closed. You don't need to tuck in what's spilled over time. There is no obligation to keep something whole that has already given way inside. The mind still traces the outline of that old role, the one you wore so carefully, smoothing every wrinkle with effort, like a hand moving over an indent in stone, carved by someone else's intention. But even stone wears down under rain and time. Even the most solid form will not stay fixed when the air around it changes. The shape was never yours to keep. It was borrowed. And now you are returning it, not in anger, not with grief, but simply by no longer needing it. There is a silence that comes after letting go, not of something lost, but of something held too long. It settles like dust after a storm, soft on the floor, unseen, unclaimed. You don't have to name it. There's no need to say what you've released, not even to yourself. The release doesn't require proof. It only requires that you stop trying to wear the shape of someone else's expectation. Think of how water finds its level, not by striving, but by simply being where it is. No force, no demand, just the slow pull downward, the quiet acceptance of gravity. You don't need to climb into a new form or prove your worth in another way. Just let yourself be what you are, present, still, unpropped up by any narrative. You don't have to decide whether this is freedom or emptiness. That choice is not yours tonight. The mind tires of deciding. It wants only to rest from the weight of choices made long ago. Those decisions that were never truly yours but carried as if they were. You're not responsible for all you once believed must be true. There is a kind of stillness that isn't absence, but presence without demand. Not silence because nothing is there, but because everything is allowed to exist without being called upon. The air in the room holds no need to speak. The shadow on the wall doesn't apologize for being dark. You can do the same. There is no charge to be exactly as you are. No fee to lie here. Eyes closed, breath slow, with nothing to show. The past does not come back because it was important. It comes back only when you listen too hard. But listening has become a habit, not a necessity. You don't have to return every thought that passes through your mind. Some thoughts are like leaves caught in the wind. They rise briefly, drift sideways, and fall into ground already covered. They do not need to be gathered or remembered. The duty you once believed defined you was never a truth written in stone, but an echo. Repeated so often it began to sound real. But echoes fade when no one is left to speak them aloud. You are not responsible for keeping the voice alive. You don't have to give breath to something that has already stopped breathing on its own. The body remembers what the mind forgets. That rest is not a reward, but a natural state. It doesn't require effort. It asks nothing of you except that you stop insisting you must be something more than this moment allows. You are allowed to exist without being useful, without proving anything, without answering for how you used to be. You don't have to carry the weight of what was expected, even if it still echoes in the quiet corners of your thinking. That echo is not a command. It is just noise, like wind through an old chimney or footsteps down a long hallway that no longer leads anywhere. You don't have to respond. You don't have to step forward. You can simply let it pass over you, like mist across skin. And in this moment, there is nothing waiting for you to fulfill. No role to wear, no name to live up to. There is only the soft weight of your own breath, the way air moves through your chest, not because you are trying, but because it is how life continues without permission. You don't have to make meaning out of every sensation, not even this one. The dark holds more than what can be seen. It contains silence that isn't empty. It holds space where nothing has to happen, where stillness is not a goal, but simply the way things are, when no one demands they change. There's no law saying you must stay shaped by how others saw you. No rule requiring you to remain in form long after it no longer fits. The body changes, the mind shifts, and even memory softens with time. You don't have to fight to keep an image of yourself that has already slipped through your fingers. Let go, not because you've failed, but because you've stopped trying to hold on. Not out of defeat, but from the quiet understanding that some things are meant to pass through, like clouds across sky, present for a moment, then gone without trace. You don't have to be someone who can still carry what once defined them. You're not required to prove continuity between past and present. The self is not a statue carved in one place and left standing forever. It is something that moves, slowly, quietly, the way roots grow through soil, unseen, unforced. There's no need to fix the shape of who you were, no need to patch together what has already come apart. You're allowed to be unfinished, unfixed, without guilt or apology. The air in this room is not waiting for you to do anything. It simply stays, still and full, holding every breath as it comes and goes, without judgment, without demand. You don't have to say who you are tonight, not even to yourself. There's no test of identity. No moment when your worth must be confirmed. You can simply exist, and that is enough. There is a kind of peace, not in knowing, but in being allowed not to know. In letting the mind wander without needing direction. In resting where there is no map, no destination, only the quiet motion of breath and dark holding you close. You don't have to stay strong for anyone, not even yourself. You can be soft. You can be tired. You can be unclear, no longer certain what matters or how to say it. The old duty was never yours. It was borrowed, and now, without effort, it is returning, not with a bang, not with a claim, but simply by slipping away like water through fingers that no longer try to hold it. You don't need to protect the shape of who you were. You're allowed to let it dissolve into air. There's room here for what comes next, without needing to be named. Not now. Not yet. Just this. Stillness. Breath. Dark. And the quiet knowledge that nothing has to be done. You are not a monument built on memory. The weight you've carried isn't proof of endurance. It's just one layer of dust, settling over time. You don't have to keep the ground beneath your feet from shifting. There is no law that says you must remain anchored where you once stood, even if the wind has long stopped blowing in that direction. The way a stone sinks slowly through water, unhurried, unresisting, is not weakness. It is simply how things move when they are no longer fighting to stay above. There's room here for what doesn't need to be named, for what only exists because it was allowed to be. You don't have to explain why the silence feels deeper than usual tonight, why even your own breathing seems less like effort and more like a quiet return, like coming home without knowing you'd left. The air in this room does not ask for anything from you. It simply stays. It holds each breath as if it were already known. You don't have to carry the weight of what used to be, not because it was wrong, but because it is no longer true. A story told too many times begins to lose its shape, and even a truth that once held can soften into something else. You're not required to preserve every detail, the way someone looked at you when they first believed in you, the exact tone of voice that used to carry your name with pride. Those things were real once, but reality changes like light across walls, shifting by degrees until it no longer fits where it was before. You are allowed to let go of how you imagined yourself being seen. No one is standing outside your mind watching now to confirm if the image still holds. There's only this: the soft weight of your hand resting on your chest, the slow rise and fall that does not depend on will or performance. You don't have to keep saying yes to every echo from earlier years. those voices are just memories passing through, like shadows in a room lit by one dying bulb. The self is not a map drawn once and preserved forever. It's more like moss growing slowly over old stone, not replacing it, but simply living with it, changing its surface without tearing anything down. You don't have to defend your past from the present. No one demands that you justify why you're different now. The space between who you were and who you are is not empty. It's full of quiet motion, like water moving under ice. You can be less sure than you once thought you must, not because something failed, but because something has been released. You don't have to answer for every choice that led here. There's no ledger keeping score. The way a leaf detaches from a branch doesn't require explanation. It simply happens when it is ready. There's no need to reassemble what has already come apart, not even with care. Some things don't mend, they transform. You're not broken because you no longer carry the same shape. That shape was never yours to keep. It was borrowed from a time before you knew how much of yourself had yet to show up. Let your thoughts drift like paper boats on still water. No direction, no destination, just floating where they are carried. The surface holds them without judgment. They don't have to prove anything by reaching the far side. You're not being tested on whether you've arrived somewhere meaningful. There's no prize for having a purpose tonight. The dark does not ask if you've done enough. It doesn't care how many promises were kept or broken in silence. It only knows what exists without needing to be named, defended, or remembered. You're allowed to exist here, now, in the middle of being unclaimed and unnamed, with no need to measure yourself against anything that came before. Even your name feels lighter tonight, not gone, not lost, but simply less heavy. It doesn't have to mean everything it once did, not even a fraction. The way light changes when clouds move across the sky, there's no loss in that change, only difference. You don't need to guard the version of you that believed something was essential. That belief may have been true for a while, but truth is not permanent. It moves with time, like fire moving through dry grass. You can let it go without shame or regret, because it wasn't meant to last forever. Some fires are only meant to clear ground. There's no demand that you remain intact in the way you once were. The body has long ago stopped being a statue. It breathes differently now, remembers less, reacts slower, without apology. You don't have to protect your old identity like it was something precious and fragile. It is already gone, not destroyed, but changed into something quieter, softer. You can be here without needing to fix anything, without trying to make sense of why you're awake or what the silence means. There's no rule that says every moment must lead somewhere. Some moments simply exist and are enough. Your hands rest where they are not needed to hold on. The blanket is warm, not because it was chosen carefully, but because it has stayed there through many nights like this, waiting, without asking anything in return. The air still moves, not with purpose, just as it always does, slowly, quietly, continuously, without needing you to be anything at all. You are allowed to stop measuring yourself against the past. No one is watching. No judgment remains. The only thing that exists right now is this breath, and the space around it, and the stillness beneath both. There's no need to answer for your absence or defend your silence. You don't have to make room in your chest for what doesn't belong there anymore. Some things are not meant to stay, just like light that fades at dawn, or footsteps that stop echoing after they've passed. You're not responsible for the shape of who you were, not even for how long it lasted. That was never yours to control. You didn't create the wind that shaped your path. You only walked through it. And now, walking is not required. You can rest exactly as you are, unformed, unclaimed, untouched by need. The night doesn't ask you to be anyone. It simply holds you. There's no test of loyalty here. No demand for fidelity to a role that once fit, but no longer does. The body remembers less than it used to, but not because it has forgotten, because something deeper is rising up from the quiet, like roots pushing through soil in slow silence. You don't have to build anything new tonight. Not even an idea of yourself. Just this, lying here, breathing, feeling how little needs holding. The dark does not care if you're clear or confused. It simply stays full, like a cup that has never needed to be filled, because it already contains everything. You don't have to make meaning out of the quiet. Not even now. There's no need to say what this is. No one is asking. The only thing that matters right now is not being elsewhere, not trying to be someone else, not reaching for a past that has already moved on. This breath and the silence after it, and the way your body settles into stillness like water, settling in a deep pool. There's no law saying you must remain whole, no rule that says you can't dissolve. Quietly, slowly, into something softer than before. You're allowed to be incomplete, not because you failed, but because you've stopped trying. The self is not fixed. It shifts with the light, changes shape like smoke in air. Even your thoughts are just passing through, like clouds over a field that doesn't remember their names. There's no need to hold on, not even to this moment. Just be here, not trying, not doing, simply being. And if you drift into stillness before the next thought comes, that is not failure. That is what was always meant to happen. The weight of a name you once wore still lingers, not as a burden, but as a quiet echo. Like the aftertaste of tea left too long in the cup. It doesn't demand anything now, doesn't press against your chest or insist on being spoken aloud. It just is, a shape that has softened at the edges, worn down by time and silence, no longer sharp enough to cut through the dark. You don't have to answer for it, not even to yourself. The memory of it holds less fire than the warmth beneath your shoulders. The room breathes slowly, not with intention, just continuity. Like the slow rise and fall of something that has learned how to exist without needing explanation. There is no effort in this stillness, no need to perform presence. You are not required to be present for anything except what already is. And that, quietly, is enough. The thought drifts by, not about duty, not about the past, not about who you were meant to become, but simply a memory of your own hands resting on a table years ago, fingers still and open, no one watching, nothing waiting, not even a reason for being there, just hands, there in their own right, without purpose. And that moment remains now, lodged somewhere between sleep and not sleep, like the last note after music fades. There is no need to claim it as yours. No obligation to remember why you were still then, or what you thought might come next. The act of being there, of simply being, was its own completion. You don't have to return to that moment to honor it. It already finished when it happened, and so too has every other moment before this one. Not lost, just gone. The way a leaf releases from a branch, not because it fails, but because release is part of how the tree lives. Your breath moves through you without needing direction. There's a silence beneath your thoughts now, not empty, but full in its own way, like deep water holding still after a storm. It doesn't need you to speak into it, doesn't care if you understand or not. It simply is, like the dark that surrounds this room, thick and unjudging, not waiting for light to explain itself. The night does not ask to be understood. Your body no longer carries the weight of a role, no longer tenses in anticipation of needing to prove something. There's no script being read out loud anymore, not even a whisper from memory. Just this, the soft curve of your spine against the mattress, the way your shoulders melt down into themselves like sand given time and stillness. You are not expected to hold anything up tonight, not even yourself. Even your awareness is beginning to loosen, not as forgetfulness, but as release. The mind does not have to be sharp. It doesn't need to stay alert for danger or meaning. There's no one here who will punish you for drifting. No rule that says thought must always return to the same place. You can let go of the habit of chasing answers. Let the question dissolve into the air without needing a reply. The past is not gone because it failed, just because it has moved on, like footsteps across a field in late autumn. They leave no mark unless you keep walking back over them. But there's no reason to return. No need to trace every step. The path has changed. The ground itself remembers differently now. You are not what you once believed yourself to be, but that doesn't make you less. If anything, it makes you more real. Less a performance, more a presence. Not defined by the roles worn like armor or the names given in moments of need. You're just here. This breath, this warmth, this softness beneath your skin, without needing to be named, without needing to be justified. The idea that something must remain unchanged to have value is not true. Nothing needs to last forever to matter. A fire dies and still leaves ash that feeds the soil. The act of burning was its own truth. You don't need permanence to have meaning. Just presence. Just being here in this quiet moment where nothing has to be done or fixed. You are not required to carry forward every decision made, every word spoken. Not even your silence counts as a debt. There is no ledger in the dark. No record of what you were, what you said, how long you stayed. The air does not keep score. It only moves, gently, steadily, through whatever shape it finds itself. And so do you, not needing to be fixed, not needing to be whole, just breathing. Letting the quiet have its way with your thoughts, not by fighting them, but by allowing them to pass like shadows over a wall that has no need to catch or hold them. They move through and are gone. You remain, not because you've won something, but because you're not trying anymore. There's nothing left to defend. No self to protect from change. No image of who you should be standing in the way of peace. The shape that once defined you, tense, rigid, needing approval, has softened into something quieter, less demanding. Not failed, just released, like a knot undone without ceremony. The night does not care if your thoughts are clear or tangled. It holds them both, the restless ones and the still ones, with equal patience. There is no demand for clarity, no requirement that you understand yourself before resting. You can simply be, unfolding, unformed, unnamed, and still belong to this moment. Your fingers rest where they are not needed, not in search of something to hold, just there, as if they have learned the art of letting go without effort. And with them, your mind begins to remember how to do the same. No one is watching. No story needs you to continue. There's no audience waiting for a conclusion or a transformation. You are not on stage, not performing, not answering anything at all. You can be incomplete, not as failure, but as honesty. The world doesn't need perfection to exist. It only needs presence. And you, here now, have that in abundance, more than enough. The dark is not waiting for light to prove it's real. It already is. So are you. Not because of what you've done or who you were supposed to be, but simply because you're still breathing, still feeling the quiet rise and fall beneath your ribs. You don't have to earn rest. You don't need permission to stop trying. There's no law that says you must keep shaping yourself into someone else's idea of completeness. The body remembers less than it used to, not out of loss, but because something